X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day your disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. It's so good to see all of you. Welcome. How is everybody doing today? What's up, Ninetails Fox 2? Straw Hat Monty 97, good to see ya. How are ya? Werewolf Jester, it's good to see ya here. Green Moon 2040, how are ya? What you doing? Good to see ya. Dakota the Imp, how are ya? Myth Detrius 985, welcome. Fulcrum Ezio, how are you doing? Welcome. V-Rose, good to see you again. Perry Icefire, what's up? Welcome. Redux, how are you doing? That one Luna, how are you? Samara, what's up? Rince, good to see ya. Trans Daughter of Water, welcome back. Ashroom, how are ya? Delancer, good to see you again. Welcome. Wingo is here. Takumini Nightcore, how are you? Man, a lot of people in YouTube chat today as well. Welcome. It's so good to see all of you. Hello. G'day, Xanderhole. That's how I assume you said that, because you said it like the Australian way. G'day, Xanderhole. I have been working on my university final essay. Wait, university? Wait, are you actually Australian, Ride the Rails? I think you might be. I think you said you were, right? Should I read that in an Australian accent? It'd be funnier if I did. G'day, Xanderhole. I've been working on my university final essays all day. I need someone to take me out and back and shoot me. Nah, I'm Canadian? Okay. Well, you said it like an Australian, so you have to understand. There's a reason why I assumed. DM me on Discord if you want to provide any lore of your end. I have no idea what you're referring to, Redux. I assume you're talking to chat, though. About, like, some Discord shit. Hey, Zan, I'm at work and I'll be lurking. Can't wait for the segments. Welcome, the nerd. I'm glad you're going to be listening. Enjoy your time lurking. It's about Shadow Raven Studios. I've been banning him on alts every stream for, like, weeks now. He's made, like, genuinely a ridiculous amount of alt accounts. That guy probably needs to be in a cage. I think he's like an actual animal at this point. Anyway. Yo, Bazooka Horse! Oh my gosh, what a great way to start off the stream. Thank you so much for the generous and kind support. Holy crap. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. How many months is that, by the way? I really don't want to undercredit you if that's a 3-monther on a tier 3. I would be remiss to count that less than it is. Just a 1-monther? Okay, just making sure, Bazooka Horse. Thank you so much, though. Oh my god. That is immensely generous of you. Thank you for the $20 right off the bat. I hope you appreciate that red name, Bazooka Horse. Thank you, thank you. By the way, if you're a tier 4, because I've noticed that some people with tier 4 subs, their colors, like Ninetails Fox 2, their name still isn't gold. Please consider sending an email to the White Forest support email link at the bottom of the page. It should be available at the bottom of, like, the main homepage of my site, actually. And send an email there about the problem, and it should get fixed. We don't know what I don't know what the problem is, but if you can say you're an account that has it. Oh yeah, there it is, xanderhall.com/support. I didn't know there was a link for that. Honestly, maybe !help. I might program the Zanbot on the site to do a command for !help that'll give that support link. That's actually super useful, Ride the Rails. Thank you. Honestly, I should make you a mod. You're here so often, Ride the Rails, and you're just so helpful. You know what? You're ascending to godhood. Let's see. There we go. I hope you enjoy that, Ride the Rails. You now have powers. I feel like you're very trustworthy because you're always here. So now, Ride the Rails, you've got powers. You have ascended to godhood. I have chosen you and risen you up from the squalor. Let's see that new badge. You should have a cool new badge now, Ride the Rails. Oh wait, you don't. I guess you just have the powers now. I don't know how... I need to organize all that stuff. It also might just be fucked up and bugged. That might be the issue. I'm not 100% sure. But thank you, Bazooka Horse. I really do appreciate it. You're so kind. And then Mr. Krabs. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, I got a meme for you and chat to watch, Zan. Oh, well, thank you. Go ahead and link it in website chat and make sure to @ me so that I see it. Oh, thank you, One Piece. There it is. Oh, no, we can't be doing Instagram memes, dude. Nah, I'm sorry. Well, Mr. Krabs, you gotta donate at least $5 if we're gonna watch a link from Instagram, dude. That's some real brain rot that I have to preserve my own IQ. I cannot allow it to be lowered by watching anything on Instagram Reels. You understand how cursed that is, right? That's like asking me to just, like, mainline jet fuel into my brain stem. I don't, like, nah, I'm good. Nice, I finally got that eyelash out of my eye, I think. My eyelashes are, like, so devious, dude. Like, they have minds of their own. They just, like, curl around and just get all up in my eyeball. They like to try to curl under my eyelids and shit. It's the most horrific nightmare fuel shit ever. I've genuinely thought about just taking the snipper to all my eyelashes, but somehow I feel like that'd just make things worse. Zan, how's your Valorant season been going? I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't been playing any Valorant. I have not been playing, like, any Valorant. I have been grinding WoW in my free time with the friends, with the homies. By the way, speaking of WoW, if you guys want to join me in my classic World of Warcraft adventures, as they have just launched brand spanking new classic World of Warcraft anniversary servers for the 20th anniversary that will be progressive servers, or progression servers, I should say. They will be progressive, but progression servers, meaning they'll go from vanilla to, after 1 year, Burning Crusade, and then on the 3rd year, Wrath of the Lich King, and then it'll proceed onwards towards modern WoW. And so at least through Classic all the way up to Wrath, me and a bunch of my friends, we've made characters and we're playing that shit, and we're making a guild. So if any of you guys want to play that stuff with me, then I am going to create an invite link. Edit invite link, no limit, never expire. Generate new link, copied. All right. I'm going to put a link to join the Discord server for my World of Warcraft Classic Guild. If any of you want to consider joining, click that link and hop on in, because I will be in there quite a lot playing WoW. My character, I am already a level 28 Forsaken Warrior, although I've been focusing a lot of my time on grinding fishing for gold, and so, you know, I could be leveling way faster, but, you know, I've just been gold making for the most part, not leveling in a super big hurry, because there's no rush at the moment. But, yeah, if you guys want to consider joining, then please do. It's, it'll be pretty neat. Pretty awesome. Hoping to see a bunch of people join. Has anyone joined yet? It's actually hard to tell. I should make an announcement. I'll do it later. I'll do an announcement with a link to it later, too. I remember the Tropical Craft server, or whatever it was called. Yeah, unfortunately, I had a mod in there that somehow broke the entire mod pack that we couldn't identify, and it didn't work out, sadly. Xanderhall, you should make it a command that when you type in WoW or world, that it sends that link. Yeah, WoW, that would be good, too. /WoW, and you get a link to that Discord. That would work out great. Wow. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm so excited to get the guild put together. We've got a lot of people already, just from our friend group and stuff, but I want to start getting a bunch of people from you guys in there. So consider hitting that link and hopping in if you're even considering hopping on Classic WoW. We would love to have you. The more, the merrier. Also, I'll make a post. By the way, guys, I am starting a Classic WoW guild on the new 20th anniversary servers that will go from vanilla to Wrath. If any of you want to join, click this link to join the Discord server for the guild. We're playing Horde on the PvP server Night Slayer. There we go. By the way, guys, I am starting a Classic WoW guild on the new 20th anniversary servers that will go from vanilla to Wrath if any of you want to join. Click this link to join the Discord server for the guild. We're playing Horde on the PvP server Night Slayer. And then Discord link. There we go. Very nice. Let's see if we get some new peeps in there. Honestly, no, we got nobody. Damn, really? That's crazy. Damn, none of you guys joined. Man, that makes me sad. None of you guys. Not a single person. That's fucking crazy, dude. I thought at least one of you guys would want to play video games with me. Don't have money for WoW? Not into WoW? Yeah. Fair, fair. That makes sense. Makes sense. I don't have a very gamer audience. That's why I don't really plan on doing a lot of gaming events or anything in the future, particularly for Minecraft, because so few of you guys play games. That's why I'm probably not doing 12 Days of Xanmis or anything like that. It's just, my audience just doesn't play video games. There's not many of you guys that would be joining. So, sad, but it is what it is. The left is very not tapped into the gamer sphere, it would seem. Love games, just not PvP? Whatever. Xanderhall, I am too busy to work for MMORPGs. That's fine. Don't have WoW and my gaming PC is dead. I refuse to go back to Blizzard games. Makes sense, makes sense. Well. We'll see how many people join the guild. I guess the WoW guild will be a good show of, like, how much desire there is for gaming events in the future, because it does take a lot of investment in money and time on my part to get a server going for any games or anything. And so, much like with watch parties, I'll be able to gauge, like, is there a lot of desire for these gaming events based on how, the WoW guild does. Got another super chat? Hell yeah. Mr. Krabs, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it. It says, here, a different meme instead of the other one? I mean, it's not on Instagram, right? That was my problem with the last one. There it is. Oh, okay, wrong tab. Alright. Shadow the Hedgehog, the final ending. Shadow's errands. I can't speak right now because my lips are so goddamn dry. I need some water.
New video game, here I come.
Shadow! Shadow!
Rouge is in trouble. What is it, Rouge?
Go to the store and get me some...
Some cigarettes.
Help me pick out a tie.
Watch Purple with me.
Cometa fraude fiscal por mí.
Help spread the word of evil.
Move my Herman Miller chair upstairs.
Help untangle my controller?
Oh my god, that was the guy.
Rub my scalp. Right behind my ear. Yeah.
Wait a minute, wait a
That's
minute.
disturbing.
Aren't you supposed to be dead?
Haven't watched the Sonic 3 trailer yet, have you? Oh, yeah.
Finally, new video.
Nice memes. Guys, after segments today, we are trying our best to finish up Subnautica to make room for my next game streams to be playing through Sonic Adventure 2. That's the one they're adapting for the new Sonic movie. It's the iconic one that I always see memes of. So it's going to be my first Sonic game, and I'm going to be playing my first ever Sonic game on stream. As I have promised you guys since I think around 50,000 subs or something. So I did say if I ever hit 100k, I would do it, and here we are. The silver play button is literally being made by YouTube as we speak, and being sent to me. It's gonna be pretty crazy. It's gonna be pretty crazy. Oh my gosh, TSW the Shadow Wolf. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. You've been a member for 5 months on YouTube. Hot damn. You're a legend, thank you. Says Xanderhall, I have finally started posting on YouTube. Hopefully I will get consumed by you. Currently all my hobbies have been sidelined because of YouTube. I hope one day that my YouTube channel can grow well beyond me. I would love if, like, all of my friends did content and I could create, like, sort of, like, something like OTK or The Creatures or offline TV, but way better than any of them because I'm better at this than I'm just better because I'm me. I am him. I am moi. Watch as Zan becomes the most popular lefty streamer. It might happen. It really might. I think we could do it. I genuinely, absolutely think we could do it. I think it's totally possible at this point. I mean, our videos are doing really well right now. Sub growth has been pretty consistent. Even though we took a few days off of uploading 3 uploads a day. Now we're resuming starting tomorrow, so we'll be back to gaining at ridiculous speeds again, more likely than not. So, pretty happy with things. Are you from Southwest Virginia? Hell yeah, brother, Southwest Virginia. Nah, I'm from Florida. I'm from Florida, actually. And I'm currently in Seattle. And being in Seattle means that I gotta wear flannel. That's just how it is. I actually always had these flannels, and I usually wear them out, but I've decided to start wearing them on stream. Because I feel like they look nicer, especially on camera, you know? Understandable, Dakota the Imp. Understandable. Emerald or GD, thank you for the $2 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Says, I would love more gaming events, just not into WoW. Fair. I'll take that into account. But yeah, I'm just curious to see, like, can I get, for a specific game, can I get a decent amount of people together? Because if not, then I don't want to do gaming events with how much money I have to invest. I know it's easy for you guys to say, well, just do it. I'd be interested in this game or that. But, like, I have to pay for these servers and stuff, you know? Like, it costs me money, and if it ends up being, like, 5 people who show up, it's rough. It's rough to lose out on an investment like that. So I want to be able to gauge, like, what the interest is. So if the interest in, like, WoW is really low, then that tells me that even in a high-interest game, the interest can only really be that high. You know what I mean? But if I know dozens of people are joining me on WoW, then I have a good idea of how, like, Minecraft will do, which would be, you know, maybe 100+ people, which would be great. That's awesome, E-Man. Yeah, flannel are just great. Flannel are the superior shirt type. I'm not even wearing a t-shirt under this. I'm just wearing this. Straight up, I'm raw dogging it. I don't know what it is about my eyes that makes them burn whenever I start stream. I feel like I'm cursed. Do you think there's like a shaman or some kind of warlock somewhere that's summoning demons and like making deals with them via blood sacrifices to make my eyes itch and burn during streams, and my nose for that matter? Hey Heavy Gretel, good to see you. Welcome. How are you doing on this lovely day? I like the flannel t-shirt combo, but it makes me look like I'm one step away from a Bass Pro Shops hat. I honestly should wear a Bass Pro Shop hat, to be honest. I should go full, like, American, you know? Now, let me tell you all, Donald Trump does not care about America. He promised you cheaper eggs. They're never going to get cheaper. It ain't going to happen. They're just going to get more expensive. Either they're going to have to raise the price on the imported feed via, you know, it's going to get taxed at the border, God knows how much, and so the feed is going to be more expensive. All the medicine, you don't even know how much goes into raising chickens. All that shit is going to get more expensive for the companies raising the chickens, and the eggs are going to be a way at which they're going to try to make that money back. They're going to raise them prices, and it's going to get more expensive. Should I just do that? Should I just be this way now? Just I talk like this the whole stream? I just go hard southern accent, always wearing a flannel, put on a trucker hat, and just lean into that shit. Delete all my old videos and just completely pretend like I've been this all along, and you guys all play along with the joke, okay? You guys all have to play along. I rebrand the John America. I feel like on, like, the 4th of July, I should do a stream where I talk that way the entire time. and I never acknowledge it. I'm just like, hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Good to see y'all here. Yep, I'm John America. Hope you're enjoying your time here so far. We're gonna get to our topics here in a second. I got the scroll. I'm gonna be marking them off as we go. But I got some juicers today, let me tell you. How'd he nail and if Obama was a redneck accent? Now let me be clear. If you say that I sound like a redneck one more time, let me tell you, it's not gonna go well for you. My fellow Americans. I love Obama. I love doing his voice. It's so good. Yo, is that Obama? My name is actually Xanderhall. I am a leftist streamer who lives in Seattle. I am not a man from Hawaii who then moved to Chicago to become a lawyer and then run for president. That I am just... You sound like Hank Hill. He's right behind us. Obama's on the train. God damn it, Bobby. Seeping into Hank Hill. Nailing Hank Hill. I can't hear my own voice accurately, so I can't tell. That's the thing. I have to, like... I need a program that plays it back to me. My propane! I can't do Hank, like, intentionally, though. That's the thing. If I try to do Hank, I can't do Hank. Can you not hear yourself through your mic? Mine does that by default. Oh my god, Selkie Quartz. Oh no. Everyone who needs to hear this, listen up now, especially you, Selkie Quartz. Here's what I want you to do. Alright? You're going to right-click on your computer's little, like, volume thingy. The little, like, volume thing with the lines. You're going to click on that, and you're going to open sound settings, okay? And then you're going to go on the little left side thing. You're going to scroll down to input, and you're going to go to manage sound devices. And you're going to go down to your whatever your input is, whatever your microphone input is. And you're going to... I don't remember how you do this. There's a way where you disable listen to this thing, and I don't remember how you do it. Usually I would just Google it. I thought I remembered, but I forgot. There's like Google... Dude, Windows 10 just sucks, dude. I hate Windows 10. Windows 7 was when we peaked. No one can tell me otherwise. Windows 7 was the most streamlined, most based version of Windows. I miss you, Windows 7. Me too. Me too. Windows 10 is when it started to get... Windows 8 is when it started to get bullshit. Windows 9 was unusable. Windows 10 was, like, unusable at first. Oh my god. I miss Windows 7. I would still be using it now if people wouldn't, like, give me shit and if it wasn't insecure. Apparently Windows 7 is really insecure now. But I would love if I could just... Is there, like, a way to get, like, Windows 10 to be like Windows 7? That would go hard. You have to take into account that WoW is a subscription-based game. It may be that people want to, but cannot control it at this time. I would if I wasn't in a lot of debt medically and financially. We're in a rough time with Trump returning. I get your point on trying to gauge engagement with gaming community events. Well, I get that, Redux, but I wouldn't say we're in tough times now. The economy isn't the best point it's been in the last 4 years. Trump hasn't taken office yet. The stock market is in a great place, so I wouldn't really take that as a reason. I'd just say, like, maybe there's not a lot of interest in WoW, which is fine. I get that. I can see there's not a lot of interest in WoW among my audience, specifically. But if there's very low interest in WoW, that tells me that, like, let's say I want to do a Rust event or anything else like that in the future. Something that requires, like, people pay to get the game, or, you know, maybe I have enough fans that happen to already have the game because my fan base is large enough, right? Like, clearly I don't have a lot of fans that already play Classic WoW, so I would just hold off on gaming events until the channel's gotten bigger. We shall see. It does seem we got 2 people who joined the WoW Guild, which definitely does not bode well for gaming events in the future, I'll tell you that. It does cost a lot of time, effort, and money to run those gaming events, so if there's not going to be some pretty good turnout on something like small like this, then, or at least like some relatively large turnout, then it gives me an idea. WoW is older to us now than Super Mario was when WoW came out. True. That's actually insane. That's actually so fucking crazy. Because I was 5 when WoW came out. Jesus. What about Hytale? Well, I might do a server for Hytale one day. My plans for Hytale have always been I want to stream it and probably be on a server with my friends on release day. Man, I guess I haven't talked about Hytale in a while. Oh my gosh. So yeah, guys, we're coming up on Hytale's likely either... It seems like they're doing a beta. I thought they were just going to scrap the idea of a beta altogether. Because the way that the development cycle had changed due to Riot acquiring the studio, I figured, like, okay, so we're probably not going to get a beta. They're just going to run it to full release. But no, I think we're getting a beta. And the devs in recent blog posts have implied we might be getting a beta next year, but at the latest 2026. So we're coming up on the final release of Hytale. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about, hypers in chat if you don't know what Hytale is. Hytale. Hytale. I am curious. Does anyone here not know? Before we get into it. Oh no, I guess everyone knows. Alright. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry, Doodle Cat, it seems you're the only one. I can't do a Hytale stun lock for one person. Oof. Man, you guys are asleep today. What the hell? What is going on with you guys? Y'all are just asleep. God dang. Alright, well. That's not the furry MMO game, right? No, it is not. We're prepping for hibernation. I just awoke. Man, if you guys are gonna be so sleepy today, I'm gonna go back to being tired. I am a sloggy boy today. I have been forcing myself to be awake and alert. You guys, if you guys aren't responding to shit, I'm gonna let myself be tired then. I won't even pretend to be like I'm awake. God damn. It is hard to pretend like you're alert and awake when you're not, dude. It is difficult. I did not realize that YouTube was giving us a sleeper stream today. Alright. Let's see, what do we start with? Boop, 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 boo. Trying to decide. Let's start with the Mojang topic. Yeah, considering stream is smaller today, and we've got a lot of people lurking because people are at work and stuff, I think I'll probably just do a shorter stream today, and axe off the Subnautica, considering I'm so tired. Like, usually if we've got a lot of people here, I'll like force myself to stay awake and alert, even when I'm drowsy, later into the night for some Subnautica. But we got a real, we're a quiet night today. We got a lot of people lurking. YouTube's not pushing the stream super hard, so I'll probably just get the topics done and we'll wrap up tonight. Astronaut Lad 172, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the $5. Says, hi Zan. I'm extremely close to buying parts for my first rig. Base, are you using PC Part Picker? You very much should. What pro tips? Use PC Part Picker. What pro tip / advice do you have for console peasants looking to build their first PC? I'll say it for a third time now. Use PC Part Picker. It is a great website. You want to start by making an account. Trust me, before you do anything on it, make an account, log in, and then you'll have this, like, digital list for PC parts where it tells you, like, here are all the things you need. Pick what you want from each of these slots. And some of them are optional, and they'll tell you which ones are. But you can, like, go pick your power supply and everything, and they'll tell you the total price, and you can set a budget for each of the parts and everything. It's super nice, especially because it gives you a bunch of listings for where you can buy given parts, if you want to try to price shop a bit. But they'll usually just list them at the lowest price a thing is available for, and then link that primarily to you, whatever is the lowest price on PC Part Picker. So a very, very useful link. I highly recommend it, Astronaut Lad 172. And welcome to the PC Master Race. I hope you enjoy your time here. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. And then Slashy, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub to TSW the Shadow Wolf. Hot damn. Thank you for the $10 dues. I hope TSW the Shadow Wolf appreciates the purple name. Says, do the stone toss segment please when he attacked Grapers. I have no idea what that means, Slashy. The stone toss segment when he attacked Grapers. I don't know if it would be, like, segment worthy if it's what I think that is, but I can look at it. I don't know about this topic. I haven't had it linked to me or anything, but I appreciate it. Slashy, thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub. All right. Oh. Okay, let me bring up this Segmentaroonie. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, chat. I stayed up pretty late last night, and I was genuinely not looking forward to staying up late tonight playing Subnautica on stream with the lights on and looking at my screens and having to read small text and talking nonstop. It's surprisingly not fun to do when you're tired. And so since we're gonna have a more quiet stream today, I feel we'll probably just do the Subnautica tomorrow night instead. Also, for those that don't know, YouTube is very sketchy when it comes to whether or not they alert your subs when you go live. So today's stream is, like, way quieter than normal. I can already tell from the viewer count. And so I can already tell we're just not going to have a lot of traffic today. So it's not really worth dragging my my ass late into the night streaming a game on this particular stream when YouTube has not graced us with engagement. My sleep is consistently so fucked that I got no jet lag when I went to Japan, Lamau. That's the funniest shit, because I had a bad sleep schedule. My sleep schedule is actually great. I did stay up late last night, but even when I don't stay up, I usually feel pretty drowsy. A lot of it is the fact that I'm getting off of Monster Energy. I'm no longer using Monster anymore. Using Monster, like it's a drug. I'm no longer drinking Monster or using it to stay awake. And I will say, the consequences are not fun. Not at all. Do 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 do. Where the fuck is this video, dude? I'm malding. I'm freaking malding. Alright, there it is.
This.
Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Guys, if you've watched me for a while, then you should all know that I grew up playing a lot of Minecraft. I was 11 years old when I discovered the game, and by Christmas of that same year, I had my own copy of the game. This is all the way back in 2000, and I guess it was 2011, yeah. It was a great game back then. I am a bit of a nostalgia boomer. I will admit, a Minecraft boomer, if you will. I think the older versions and culture and community and all that of the game were better, but that all aside, That is important because I have a very strong emotional tie to Minecraft and to the game in general, to the company, to the culture around it, all that stuff. And that might make it clear why I feel so compelled to talk about this topic. It is also a political topic, explicitly so, though it may not appear that it is on the surface. That's why I want to ask you guys that while we watch this video, in the opening, you stand by and you wait to see how this situation has a lot to do with politics, and a lot to do with capitalism, and how it abuses the consumer and the creators of art across the board. Even in places where there are regulation, if it's not enforced properly, and the wealthy and powerful will just take it as a fee to admission. And I feel like this is allegedly a really good example of that, because Mojang is getting sued. This guy right here is suing Mojang, or I should say, well, he says in his title Minecraft, but suing Mojang because they broke the law and pissed him off. This situation is genuinely disgusting. I've already watched the video. My friend Ethan showed it to me early this morning, and we watched it together on Discord, so I have seen it. I mostly want to watch it for the sake of reflecting on the points made and the things exposed here, because this has just come out. This is about 8 or 9 hours old now, and it's already got 200,000 views. It's going to quickly blow up within the Minecraft community. Expect this to be the thing that everyone in that sphere is talking about for the next months or possibly years. This is going to be a big deal. So let's watch. Big Mojang L here, allegedly.
This is Minecraft, a block game created in 2011 by Mojang, which I'm suing for breaking the law and pissing me off. But to understand why I'm doing this, we need to go back to December of 2022. You see, Minecraft is a game where anyone can add anything, even if it wasn't part of the original game. And what I wanted to do was recreate an old game I used to play in 2013 called MC War that unfortunately shut down. And after months of development and growing the community that was eager to play the game on launch, we finally set the release date to the 2nd of June of 2023. And this is where everything went wrong. Because only one day after posting the release date, a tweet was posted stating that Mojang Enforcement, basically the guys that enforce the terms of service, threatened to take down a server called GTM because a new directive from Mojang leadership had determined that guns and weapons are considered non-compliant features under the adult content requirement for commercial usage servers, and that they now have to be completely removed because they're against the brand guidelines, usage guidelines, and end-user license agreement.
Now this stuff, in the beginning, seems pretty standard fare. Cringe, but standard fare. Mojang is a baby company. They want to seem very squeaky clean. It is astounding to me that 2B2T has not already been smout off the face of the planet at this point. Mojang loves shutting down and copywriting servers that they don't like, that break weird rules like this, such as no guns allowed. That's why MC War no longer exists. It's because Mojang updated their EULA and decided that they will no longer allow anyone to create game modes that allow for guns. Mods are third-party on different platform. Mods can still exist, and servers with those mods can exist, I believe. Although technically those still might be up for you know, getting got by Mojang. They just don't. But yeah, it's pretty rough out there if you're trying to make custom games or trying to be a server owner.
So basically, after months of development and thousands of dollars spent on marketing, yes, this thing costs $1,000, everything was completely wasted because it's now prohibited. So as you can imagine, all servers that contained guns basically entered panic mode because we were all about to be annihilated by Mojang. A group with all of these owners was created to discuss and potentially negotiate, asking very valid questions such as, how come servers that have had firearms for well over a decade so far have never had any issues but are suddenly prohibited? Why is it okay for Mojang's own marketplace, where they get a cut of every sale, to have guns when we don't get to have them? And what exactly do they mean by guns and weapons and suitable for children? Because it's totally not like there are thousands of games that literally have guns and weapons in them that are made for children. And it's totally not like Minecraft itself has explosive crossbows, which are a firearm in most jurisdictions, by the way, gunpowder, bombs, swords, poison, insulation, slavery, you get the idea. To which Mojang, after conveniently ignoring half these points, replied that this recent directive from...
But guys, Mojang's gonna patch out the slavery. It was only in the game for like 12 of the, like, 50 updates the game has had, 50 major updates the game has ever had.
Mojang leadership wasn't for guns and weapons, but was purely for guns and firearms. Isn't that change convenient? But hey, what would I know? It's not like Mojang hides information from the public for illicit reasons, right? This is called foreshadowing. So since Mojang didn't exactly explain what qualified as a real-life weapon, we went ahead and asked, is this a weapon? What about this? Which they, again, completely ignored. And after demanding more answers...
Dude, dealing with Mojang when it comes to their terms of service reminds me a lot of dealing with YouTube when it comes to their terms of service, where they will strike you and say you broke their rules, and then you can beg them over and over again to please tell me specifically what I did that was actually a violation of your terms of service, and they refuse to tell you. They'll just keep telling you to review their terms of service, as if you totally already know what you did, and it feels like it's a game, and to YouTube and to, obviously, Mojang, knowing the rules is cheating for us. It's like, why?
They eventually said on June 13th that the key decision makers are on holidays. So I guess we'll just have to wait until these key decision makers stop being on vacation. But hey, it's not like it's gonna take months.
Yeah, for those who don't know, I'm pretty sure Mojang has 6-month-long vacations, right? Like, between updates, they work on an update for 6 months, but then they go on a 6-month on-location vacation as a company, where they, like, spend, like, nearly half a year, like, in China or in, like, the Netherlands or, I don't know, like, somewhere where they plan to, quote-unquote, study the environment for inspiration for the next Minecraft update. That is honestly crazy. 6 months is insane. It's where a lot of the Mojang is lazy allegations come from. I don't know if it's exaggerated or not, though.
6 months is how long it took them to reply.
Yep.
And the thing about
Makes
having
sense.
your entire project's existence be based off of the decision of a CEO that is on vacation is that you can't really justify investing into development or marketing when it could all go to shit if they don't change their minds. We were essentially told that even though the decision is not final, guns are okay for now, which is a different way of saying, but we will be changing our minds later. We just can't afford any more bad press right now because this entire thing has hit the news and got millions of people to be mad at us for being assholes. And while that could have been the end of it, while these assholes spent half a year replying, I was investigating whether this entire fiasco could have been illegal. And oh boy, this entire fiasco started because a new directive reinterpreted adult content in the end user license agreement, in other words EULA, to include guns and firearms and hence prohibit them. These clauses that are written in the EULA are more commonly known as a terms of service. This is what's called a click wrap agreement. It's the thing that forces you to check it before signing up for service. It's essentially a set of rules that you have to follow when using the service, but the thing you have to understand is that this is a type of legally binding agreement or otherwise contract. And unlike some third world countries like the United States, where companies can get away with writing anything into the contract.
This is why, for example, when you sign the terms of service for Valve or Steam, when you make your account and then you proceed to drop, let's say, thousands of dollars on a game, if you do something that breaks the terms of service of Valve, maybe you cheat in one of those games or something, right? Valve has the right to ban you, like your account, to, I think it's called a VAC ban, to just VAC ban you permanently, meaning you lose all your games. All those thousands of dollars you spent, you don't have those games anymore. Because you own nothing. You signed off the right to own anything that you're buying when you signed the terms of service to make your account on Valve in the first place. And in America, companies can literally just put anything almost into a contract and make it legally binding. You can challenge it in court, but the fact that you have to challenge it in court and the default, unless you fight it, is that you're in the wrong because you made a legally binding contract agreement, is peak America.
Contract, like, you can't sue us. Because we said so. Mojang is in Sweden, and Sweden is in Europe. And in Europe, we are supposed to have competent governments that have things like consumer protection laws and contract law. Note how I said supposed to. This is important for later. In Mojang's first email, they say that under the new directive, guns and firearms are not compliant. They follow it up saying that these activities are specifically prohibited by the Mojang brand guidelines, guidelines that literally do not exist, but which they cite multiple times anyways, the commercial guidelines, and the EULA. Now, let's go ahead and look at the actual contract contract for these specific prohibitions. And oh, would you look at that? It hasn't been updated at all since April of 2020, which is over 3 years ago. And these specific prohibitions that they mentioned are nowhere to be found. It's almost as if they pulled it out of their ass. Remember how I mentioned that it's not like Mojang hides information from the public for illicit reasons, right? Well, it turns out that this new directive that prohibits guns, which Mojang enforces as if it was part of the EULA, isn't actually on the EULA. So this information is hidden, only known to Mojang, and not written anywhere. And since it can't be found anywhere and is literally pulled out of their ass, they can change it as many times as they want. Which they have. 3 times. Now, you might be...
You want to know why I think Mojang is doing this? Why I think they're doing this? Selective enforcement. I feel like Mojang wants plausible deniability about whether or not that's in their rules, such that if somebody calls out Mojang, such as the press, for allowing a certain type of content, they can always update their EULA in a way where it's, well, it was always there, and we have examples of enforcing that rule that go back however long even, right, as a retort, and they can just play it full corporate, like, shamelessness with it. But they can also have the rule in place as a justification to take down things that they do not like. But if something does break that rule that's making them a lot of money or bringing a lot of attention and traffic to the game, they can let it slide because it's not overtly there in their EULA, right? And I think they also want to avoid it being right there in the open and invoking the ire of much of the Minecraft community once they find out, as they have now done because we have found out.
Be asking what the problem is, since at the end they did tell us what we need to do to comply. And you see, Sweden and Europe, which Sweden is a part of, have these things called consumer protection laws and contract law that dictate how a contract is allowed to be written. And by looking just a little bit in Europe's website, you can see that contracts must be fair, transparent, and cannot have unfair terms. Like, for example, a get-out clause such as all permissions and consents may be revoked at any time if we think that it is appropriate to do so, or we don't like what you are doing. If that doesn't sound like a get-out clause. Hidden terms, one-sided changes to a contract, one-sided changes to a product or service, one-sided interpretation of the contract. Doesn't that sound familiar? And after contacting the European Union's legal advisors, I was told that misleading omissions, basically hiding information, is a form of unfair commercial practice where Mojang fails to give information to the consumer, and that all relevant information needs to be...
Corner of shame. This is the corner of shame. If you're looking here, then you should be ashamed of yourself. That goes hard as fuck. If the important stuff gets to be 2, I love this. This is actually funny as hell. The fucking Subway Surfers. That's great.
Be present, and that it's also misleading omission if Mojang provides the consumer with information but does so in an unclear, unintelligible, or ambiguous, loosely worded way. It's almost as if they're not allowed to have hidden clauses, where I am then encouraged to sue before the home court, because all the time and resources I put into my project have essentially gone to shit. So now that we've covered that Mojang hiding shit from...
But the thing about this is he has to take Mojang to court, and even though it's likely he'll win, he still has to spend money and go through the effort of taking Mojang to court. That all this does is create a precedent, a knowledge that he is right to do so, and he has a chance of winning, that he is, you know, pursuing a lawful outcome, and that hopefully, if the court is wanting to come to a lawful conclusion, it will rule in his favor. However, it's still going to be a long journey. It's going to be a long, long road. And boy, is it going to be expensive. He's got everything going for him, though, right? Like, obviously, Mojang was in the wrong here, but he also lost out on money. There was money he invested in this project, substantial money that he invested in this project that he'll be able to demonstrate he lost because of what Mojang did in not making it known what was not allowed on their platform.
From the public in a contract is illegal under European consumer protection laws, on top of things like the contra pro forentum doctrine, which basically says that if something is loosely worded, I'm the one that gets to choose how to interpret it. But Kian, why go through all this trouble? This is probably just a mistake by Mojang, a one-off thing. It's not like Mojang does a ton more illegal shit, right?
I will say, Mojang back in 2011 and 12 and 13 even, I think it was fair to look at their mistakes as very, like, simple, easy. Like, okay, well, they're a small company. They're an indie company. They're, you know, made up of many indie developers and people who, this is really their first big game that they're working on. A lot of these people don't know how to run a company. It's like almost a group of friends that are just keeping things together, is how it felt at Mojang around that time. So I was willing to, you know, you're willing to look past things at that point. Now, though, they've been owned by Microsoft for over a decade. They've been around for, like, 16 years with one of the biggest games in the world, now the biggest in the world. They're a billion-dollar company. I don't know. I feel like at this point you can't really make excuses anymore. This company has no excuse not to be running like clockwork, akin to that of like any other game studio, right? Like, how are they not running on Blizzard efficiency at least, right?
Now, when all of this started, I never wanted this to be a lawsuit. I simply expected Mojang to not be assholes and be reasonable. And the way I tried to do this was by collecting all of this information and sending it to media outlets and news sources, knowing that it would create a ton of backlash that Mojang simply couldn't ignore.
Mojang is set to release,
according to their new guidelines,
Mojang no longer being the kind company.
It didn't work. Even though the information got millions of views, Mojang just played the good old do nothing and the problem will just go away. But now I am here, you pieces of shit. But then, while we were waiting 6 months for the key figures to stop being on vacation, on the 2nd of August 2023, Mojang did the worst thing they've ever done. They updated the EULA that had been unchanged since 2020 and tried to hide the fact that they had changed it by not telling anyone about it and releasing it at the same time as a major game update.
Snapshot content, really cool. EULA changes, very important. Which one gets announced on Twitter? The snapshot. Is one being used to mask the other?
Putting all of their efforts into marketing the game update so people wouldn't notice.
Like, they know what they're doing. They're a company. They're a multi-billion-dollar company now. They're not a group of friends developing a game together. They're a multi-billion-dollar corporation trying to ensure their financial bottom line. It's become so corporate and soulless from what it once was, that, like, I think people need to wake up to the fact that Mojang doesn't like you. Mojang they just see you as a source of income. We need to have an iron fist in this corporation. Otherwise, they're going to ruin what we love. That's how capitalism works. You gotta vote with your wallet.
The EULA update. They never notified anybody about it. Now, under consumer protection laws, when a company changes its terms of service, it is required to notify its users about said changes before they take effect. Which is the reason you get all of these annoying emails that say, hey, we've changed our terms of service. Mojang tried covering it up. But not only did Mojang not notify anybody of these changes on top of covering it up, but they also added that
these guidelines may change as time goes by. We reserve the right to change our minds at any time. So don't count on these guidelines always being here. It is up to you to check back to see if these guidelines have changed.
And you bet I wasn't gonna let them get away with hiding that. After analyzing the contract and putting all the shitty parts together, I sent the information forward to basically everyone. And oh boy.
Mojang updated its EULA.
Minecraft has gone full 1984.
We have been ignored
breaking
at every
laws
single
in various
turn
Released
countries.
on the same
to
day.
enforce it however they want.
The Minecraft community is pissed.
Now, to say that this blew up in their face would be a little bit of an understatement. It got so bad that
A handful of creators were reached out to by Mojang and given a heads up. Attached were answers and guidance to clear up the confusion.
That's right. Select figures were grouped up by Mojang and given information that wasn't publicly available to try and calm it down a bit. Information that should be present in the contract by law. And just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, they forced every single one of these members to sign a non-disclosure agreement that forbids them from giving out any information that they were told for a contract that should be publicly available.
Translation, for those of you guys who didn't catch that. Mojang reached out to a bunch of big Minecraft creators, gave them a press packet, basically, of, like, here's damage control, like, non-answers, made them sign an NDA before receiving it, so they would only have that press packet as legally allowed to talk about from the exchange. So, of course, they'd probably make a video on it, raising the likelihood that they could use the credibility of popular Minecraft YouTubers to stoke the fires of anger over the EULA changes. Mojang knows what they're doing here. That was insidious, bro.
I bet they didn't think I'd find out, but I know lots of things.
Lots of things.
So now that we've covered that they hide changes from the contract, force select people to sign non-disclosure agreements for changes that should be publicly available on the contract, refuse to notify about these changes and try to cover it up, it can't possibly get any worse. Right? In the end-user license agreement, they specifically state twice that any form of gambling, violence, terrorism, or other unsafe and mature content is strictly forbidden, which totally makes sense.
This is where Mojang is going to get a lot worse in your eyes, I think. Here's why I think your opinion of Mojang is about to tank.
But what if I told you that the gambling part was a lie? You see, in Minecraft, when you look at any of the biggest servers, you'll quickly notice a recurring pattern in their shops. They have something called crates and crate keys. These keys are used to play lotteries inside of the game that have a chance to give you extremely overpowered items or more money than anyone else. Almost like a casino with extremely similar tactics that are made to get you addicted and turn a profit. Theoretically speaking, under Mojang's own rules, this should be completely forbidden as it's clearly gambling even by Sweden's own definitions of gambling. But it turns out that there's a separate list of hidden terms, just like in the gun case, that allows gambling to take place, which has led to thousands of children getting gambling addictions. I spoke to...
There are hidden terms in the TOS of Mojang that allow for gambling servers. Illegally.
I was around 8 years old when I first started gambling on Minecraft servers at 14. I wanted the overpowered armor. It was about feeling cool and getting strong. Give me a chance to win an item that you just couldn't get. When I'd win, everybody gave me attention. It was like this rush took over every time I opened a crate. I felt on top of the world winning those. The thrill faded fast and I just wanted it to happen again. Hold on me like a habit I just couldn't break. They always left me wanting more. It just went downhill from there.
Remember, 99.9% of gamblers quit before they win.
My dad's credit card and spent any pocket money I'd had, hoping I stole my mom's credit card to buy a crate. I lost everything. Thinking back, I hated it. Left me feeling sad and couldn't break the cycle. Plunged me into a deep depression.
It's terrible. And they do this as a Swedish company, where our own government and gambling institutions have some of the strictest laws in the world related to gambling that completely bar anyone below 18 years old from playing, even going as far as to requiring bank ID authentication to play a scratch-off ticket. And Mojang just allows it. So now that I've shown you some of the illegal shit that Mojang has done. And trust me, there's so much more, like how they're currently forcing developers onto their own marketplace so they can charge
They'd probably argue it wouldn't be considered gambling, I guess, because you can't exchange the in-game items for real money, but that's, of course, not true. People real money transfer, or real money transaction in games all the time. People sell their Minecraft accounts, and they'll sell the items in-game. People sell items all the time with markets that exist outside the game on 2B2T. They sell like item dupe stashes and stuff like that. And like shulkers of gear that you can buy on their websites. Stuff like that.
Extremely exorbitant fees for no reason while blocking off any kind of competition. As if that doesn't sound like some company that has recently been hit by billions in fines from Europe. It's time to move on to the lawsuit. Since Mojang has shown that they really don't give a shit about the law, a lawsuit is really the only way to get them to realize that your actions have consequences. How do you actually sue a billion-dollar corporation owned by an even bigger trillion-dollar corporation? It's quite easy, actually. All you need to do is hire a lawyers are extremely expensive. So when you're legally broke to the point of having to live in an underground basement filled with radioactive gas, that's
I need to see this dude's basement again.
Basement filled with are extremely expensive. So when you're legally broke to the point of having
Why are the walls so thick? I guess this is just a Europe thing, but oh my god. The wall is so thick. Damn, boy, he thick! Look at that wall, dude. The window is so, like, inset. European walls, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, and it's like... Man, that is a basement, dude. That is a bit... My basement is, like, finished. Much more finished than this one. Good God.
Having to live in an underground basement filled with radioactive gas, that's...
Yeah, I'm just scared to check if there's radon here. Like, I have like some kind of detector on the wall. I think it's carbon monoxide. I'm scared to get a radon detector because radon doesn't exist if you don't know about it, right? Like, it can't be there if you're not aware of it. Like, if you don't think about it, there's no radon. So, should be all good.
That's unfortunately not a joke. How are you supposed to finance justice? Remember when I said, here in Europe, we are supposed to have competent government? This is where that becomes important. When someone in the European Union has rights guaranteed by the Charter of Human Rights, like for example Article 38, consumer protection, if that person does not have enough money to seek out justice, according to Article 47, you should have the right to an effective remedy before a tribunal and a fair and public hearing where everyone shall have the possibility of being advised, defended, and represented. In other words, even if you're broke, according to the Charter of Human Rights, you are entitled to seek out justice. Every country in Europe needs to comply with this charter to be part of the European Union. And Sweden's way of doing this is through Rättshjälpsmyndigheten, the legal aid institution, which according to their own website provides remuneration of legal aid for up to 100 hours of work unless otherwise determined by the court. And after contacting hundreds of lawyers, I was told information that is hidden from the institution's website. The first one is that when a lawyer has to work with a client that has legal aid, they are forced to reduce their hourly rate to a rättshjälpstaxa, which is often less than 40% of what they usually charge an hour. This basically means that the overwhelming majority of lawyers I contacted simply refused to take the case, and that the ones that were willing to do so were extremely inexperienced. And that's not exactly a fair and effective remedy, is it? And the second biggest problem is that this case is so complex that it would way overshoot the 100 hours that were mentioned on the website. But wait a minute, doesn't it also say unless otherwise determined by a court? It turns out that after talking to employees that work at the legal aid institution, on top of them having a ton of spelling mistakes and writing like cavemen, like seriously, how do you write like this and are employed at the government? They admitted that the 100-hour limit is basically fixed.
Isn't that like... That can't have been in English in the first place, right? That's gotta be Google translated over from Swedish. Although that wouldn't change the amount of spaces, presumably. Like, that's really weird.
And anything beyond that is just a few hours and it's just to end the case. Meaning that in other words, I have to either choose between getting 100 hours of help and then going bankrupt, or represent myself alone in court against a billion-dollar corporation. Not exactly fair, is it? So at this point, the government institution that was supposed to uphold Article 47 had failed to do so. I then went to these two institutions that are supposed to oversee that other government institutions do their job properly. But unfortunately, they said, we don't care, it's not important enough. I wish I was joking. I really...
It really sucks that, like, actual breaches of the law in the world and industry of gaming, which is the highest grossing industry of entertainment in the world, period, like several times over the highest grossing, despite it being such a massive money-making industry, it's still not taken seriously enough for large institutions to actually throw their weight around and apply the law where it matters here. It's so frustrating.
They do. Next up, we have Sweden's Consumer Protection Agency, Konsumentverket, which is supposed to represent you if you are unable to do so yourself, and the case is determined to be of importance enough to consumers. To which they replied that representation in this case cannot be expected to lead to an outcome that is of importance to law enforcement. In other words, they don't give a shit. Next up, we have the Swedish National Board of Consumer Complaints, ARN, that said that apparently when I entered this agreement with Mojang when I was 12 years old, I did not do so acting as a consumer, meaning that
Well, hey, I was 11.
Must have been a really young 12-year-old corporate entity to enter this contract with Mojang at 12 years old. Yeah, every single government institution in Sweden that was supposed to uphold justice has failed to do so. And Article 47 of the Charter of Human Rights has been violated by the entire country of Sweden. Mojang will keep getting away with this because they know full well that nobody that is affected by their decisions has the means to sue them in court. I'm sorry. I really tried.
This didn't end how I thought it would end. And while I really want to give up because, like, at this point, I've tried everything, there's...
It's a checkmate situation. Mojang is just evil. That is the moral of the story. Mojang's not really getting sued because you can't. They should be able to be sued, but they have effectively gamed the system in such a way where, in effect, while on paper they should be able to be sued, you can't really in reality. Mojang's got us checkmate. They got us checkmated.
There's just nothing more that I can do. My friends convinced me to try one last thing.
Because this isn't about me anymore. It's about all of us, all of you. If Mojang gets away with this, they're setting the precedent and they can do whatever they want, and we have no rights whatsoever. So I'm opening a crowdfunding campaign for legal fees so that maybe, just maybe, we're able to hold Mojang accountable for everything they've done as a community, because if we don't fight, nobody will.
But what if you did have the money for a really good lawyer? And you can just throw money at the problem until you've got a lawyer willing to do this. That is the plan. Hopefully this guy can crowdfund the money that is needed. There is a lot of backing from the Minecraft community. I recognize quite a few large Minecraft YouTubers like Salcy1 in the replies and comments of this post already. There is a lot of support. I've already dropped my like and sub, and I think I left a comment as well. So I highly recommend that you guys do as well on this video. Help it get a lot of attention. I literally did this segment because as someone who's passionate about Minecraft and cares about the game, it is really upsetting to see Mojang make such evil moves to try and secure a better bottom line for themselves. It's just, it's really disgusting, especially having watched the company grow and change from what it became, or from what it was when I was a kid, you know? So depressing. They become the next EA or Activision, I guess, yeah. Anyway, guys, with all that said, if you enjoyed this segment, if you found it entertaining, enjoyable, or educational, then please consider hitting the like button, whether you're watching live or after the fact when this goes up as a video. Commenting down below, as likes and comments are the best way for you guys to support the channel and boost my content in the algorithm. Mind you, it's totally free, so I really do appreciate it if you do that. You can also subscribe during the bell icon if you haven't already, so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos. And if you haven't already and want to see more stuff from me on other platforms, be sure to follow my social medias linked down below in the description, including my Discord server and my Blue Sky, where I've been posting a lot more lately. But specifically on my Discord, I do gaming events, call-in streams, or watch parties at least once a week on Fridays, and I also announce all my new uploads and streams, and it's the main hub and core of my community, so if you guys don't want to miss anything, make sure to join that as well. And finally, if you want to support me directly, and you can afford it and you feel like it, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or even buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description as well if you want some Xan merch. Regardless of how you support me though, even if you're not helping me keep the lights on or a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, and you're just lurking, I really do appreciate you guys, and as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. I feel like that was an important one as well. Where is my pen, though? Where did I... Well, fuck. Man, I guess I'm not marking off any topics today. Oof. That's rough. Unfortunate. Here, let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' generosity. And I am gonna go grab my shake very fast because I need myself a quick pick-me-up because I'm so goddamn drowsy today. I stayed up till like 1:30 a.m. last night. I know it sucks, but I wanted to push myself to get all the way to level 28, and I was at like 27 2/3 at midnight, which is usually when I'd go to bed. And I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go for another hour and get that extra level. And I did it. I made it to level 28. But at what cost? At what cost, chat? I'm all eepy. And for some reason, as I get older, I just cannot sleep in. Once the sun is up, my ass is up. Even if I'm sleepy and drowsy, my ass is up. And it sucks, because then I just have a shitty day of being tired. Anyway, guys, I will be right back, because I've got quite a few topics left to cover today. Unfortunately, no Subnautica, because it's just a quiet stream. I don't really feel like doing gaming after. I feel like there'd not be a lot of people here, and it would just be very quiet, which isn't as fun. I feel like people would miss out on core parts of the Subnautica playthrough as well. So, I'm going to finish up our topics today, but that will be over the course of the stream since we've got a lot left to do. So stick around. I will be right back, everybody. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. I really do appreciate it. But stay tuned. I'm gonna go grab my shake. I will BRBs. Don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back. Came back in a hurry, don't you guys worry. I don't eat curry. But maybe I should try it. I don't know, I was trying to figure out if I could make some bars there, but my brain went flat. It went blank. No, I do eat curry, Ashroom. That was just part of the rhyme. Some good stuff right there. I love me some shake. This stuff is nearly 300 or 1,300 calories. It's 1,250 calories, this shake. Which, as you guys know, I'm trying to put on weight. And that's why I drink these every day. Helps me get to 3,000 calories a day in my body. That's the goal. I get my extra 700 calories via just food. I just eat the other 700 calories, but since I stream through like the time of the day where I'd usually eat a lot of my food, to be honest, like on my days off around 4 p.m. and 3 p.m. is when I start eating a lot, and I get a lot of my calories in the day. I just drink one of these shakes because it helps me to hit that calorie count when I'm streaming and I can't eat. I wish I had a problem gaining weight. I get that, Dakota Them. I understand that it sucks, but I'm having a similar struggle. It's hard to make your body eat more than it wants to. And it's, you know, maybe harder than it is to stop your body from eating more than it needs to. All right. I love these shakes. They are great. Oh yeah, Ninetails Fox. Welcome to the WoW Guild Discord. How many people have joined? Oh, we got a few new members. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Based. Here, I'll post another link to join the WoW Discord. For any who want to join my WoW guild, my classic World of Warcraft, specifically classic WoW guild, there is a link, once again. If you don't know how to join, it's all good. People on the server will show you how. I can tell you, Classic WoW is very good. I don't play Modern WoW, but I play Classic WoW. They're not the same game, Modern and Classic WoW, for reference. Hopefully I can get my rig soon so that I can play WoW. Hell yeah. What shows are you looking forward to this month? I don't really have any shows in mind that are coming out this month. I usually try not to think about what shows I'm waiting on, because then I'm waiting on them. I like them to just be like, oh, Arcane Season 2 just premiered? What? I like my reaction to be that, because then I forgot about the wait, and that's a good thing. I don't like having to actively think about waiting for things. It's not fun. Makes being patient harder. Very ADHD coded? True. Very true. Arcane Season 2 was great? Yes, it was, ZQ. Yes, it was. I'm sad it's over, but I'm glad that it's technically the beginning of a new sort of chapter in that universe. We're gonna get to see a lot more in the world of Runeterra. What is the flag in the background? Super Earth. Man, yummy. Not ADHD coded. ADHD coded. All right. Guys, let me bring up really fast. Let me bring up the next segment. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, I have watched the downfall of Joe Rogan for years now. I have to admit, there was a time when I would tap in and watch a couple of his things from time to time. Particularly episodes where he had scientists on, or science popularizers especially, you know? Just talking about science stuff. Joe Rogan's not a higher educated guy. That's part of his appeal, is that he's a very... Besides being wealthy and having a very storied career where he's been famous for a really long time, people perceive him as an everyman. As an impressive guy among everymen, but nonetheless an everyman. The kind of guy who's just like you and achieves success in America. A genuine face of the American dream of modern America. And because of that, Joe Rogan is the most listened to voice on the planet. Period. No single person on this planet is listened to, and his words are taken seriously, than Joe Rogan. Which, years ago, wasn't that frightening of a thought. He was just kind of a dude bro, mostly just there to use the fact that he's a very inquisitive but yet ignorant guy to bring on interesting guests and ask them interesting questions. Because Joe Rogan doesn't know a lot, but he wants to know a lot. And that made him a great interviewer and a really good podcaster. I've gotten shit for saying this in the past, and yet you can give me shit for it, but he's the biggest podcast on the planet for a reason and holds that spot for so many years for a reason. Joe Rogan is very, very successful, and he reaches a lot of people, and it's been worrying that his biggest success, or the thing that brings him so much success, being the fact that he's a relatively ignorant guy, but has a desire to learn, might be what makes him one of the biggest harms to society in the long run. He is willing to bring on anyone that some group of his audience say, "Yo, Joe, you should bring this person on. They say good things." And if that person gets brought on, and they seem smart, and the things that they say seem right, then the vast majority of the time, Joe Rogan is going to just run with it. And many times ends up peddling some dangerous misinfo to a massive, massive audience. And when people call it out, because he's, you know, a massive voice that a lot of people take seriously, the most people take seriously, everyone else starts acting like it's crazy to call out what Joe Rogan is saying, because anyone who takes what Joe Rogan says seriously deserves whatever happens to them, is something you hear a lot from people who watch Joe Rogan and are defending Joe Rogan. And so it polarizes people who wouldn't base their life off of advice from Joe Rogan to follow him and support him more and to defend him, because they see calling out the people who really diehard follow Joe Rogan's life advice as being ridiculous. It's this weird sanity washing where they say, yeah, those people are crazy, and you're crazy for calling them crazy. You should just ignore them. Like, it's sanity washing is the term for this, but it's a weird kind of sanity washing. Regardless, though, for a time it was just this hit or miss thing with Joe Rogan. Sometimes there'd be an ivermectin thing, and sometimes Joe Rogan would genuinely do something awesome. Joe Rogan fact checks Matt Walsh. I love this clip. No, not clips of other people.
I've had this done.
Sometimes you get a hit. Here's an example of a hit, if YouTube does not copyright me for this.
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, millions.
How many people have had this done?
Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, millions.
You're talking about hormone blockers?
Yeah.
Millions of kids have been on hormone blockers? Really?
I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on it, but my guess.
This is the moments when I like Joe Rogan, is when he goes from inquisitive and just taking everything up to skeptical. When a guest says something really confidently, and then he responds with skepticism. Even if he ends up falling for it in the end, the fact that he doesn't immediately fall for it here, I like that about Joe Rogan. I want more moments like that from Joe Rogan. Those are the moments where I actually am like, okay, Joe, is when he goes, really? Like, millions of people, really? Like, tries to nail them out and get them to say a definitive statement that they can't walk back. I like that.
Yes, is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah, that would be my guess. I can say for double mastectomies, I read a report recently that there were over 1,000 done between 2016 and 2019. And when you compare that to how many were done between, 2008 and 2015, it's a massive increase. And over 1,000 girls had gender affirming double mastectomies in that time frame.
And when you say girls, you're talking about prepubescent?
Right. Minors. And that's just up until 2019. And then we know that there's been this exponential increase with all this stuff year over year. So it's a lot. It's too many. Having this happen to one kid is way too many. It's a lot more than one.
He's already doing
look,
the coke.
If you're an adult and you want to do that.
Because he knows it's not millions. So he's already doing the coke.
And you understand who.
He's like, well, even if it was only thousands, it's too many. Then why even make it an argument about how many people it's happening to? Why not just make the argument about how it's immoral? Why can't we have that argument? Because that's never the discussion. They never explain. They don't even bother anymore explaining how it's immoral. They always failed at that argument. So now they just coast on the presumption that they are right on the grounds that being trans is bad. And now it's a conversation about how many people are trans, how much transness is spreading, with a pre-assumption that it's bad. Because if no one's having the argument about whether or not it's bad, we're just having the argument about scale, then we've already lost the argument about whether or not it's bad. If we're debating them on the scale of the issue, we've already ceded the ground that there's an issue. That's why they've started doing this, by the way. For any curious.
Who you are and what you are, and this is how you feel you should progress. You're an adult. This is a free country. You should be able to do whatever you want. But when you're talking about doing that to children, the fact that so many people are on board and so many people are angry, if you have, people are going to be angry at us that we're having these conversations.
Yeah, they will be. And I also,
Well, there's a peek at the part of Joe Rogan that's leading him to the bad now, and we're gonna get to that in a minute.
I actually think that that this shouldn't be happening to.
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis.
Not quite millions.
Kind of undercounted, but
that would be a big undercounting.
Less than 1,000 people a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess, hundreds of thousands at this, but I could be wrong.
Anyway, you get some hits with Joe Rogan. He sometimes hits, but way more often he misses. And man, the misses are getting bad. Recently, okay, actually first, left and right, I have been kind of dialing up my rhetoric against anti-war talking points. Now that may sound crazy. Anti-war? Zan, what are you, pro-war? No, I'm not really pro-war. I wouldn't say that. But I've noticed that consistently, those that brand themselves as anti-war tend to be Tulsi Gabbard types. The kinds of people who aren't exactly anti-war, they're anti-America getting involved in the world's conflicts. Regardless of whether or not we're backing the right side, or if backing the right side is actually objectively best for America and its people. Not just tankies, but just these isolationist, protectionist types. It's gotten to be very popular policy on the right and left, and Joe Rogan has fallen for this shit hook, line, and sinker, to the extent that it is broiled over into outright rage and hatred for the Ukrainian people. Because we're backing Ukraine, the narrative in the perception in these Americans' minds, left and right, is that Ukraine are the aggressors because they're backed by America. And the idea that Putin has some kind of reasonable demands he wants to take to the table and just wants to negotiate with Zelensky and the Ukrainians and come to a peaceable, reasonable agreement and have a negotiation so people can stop dying. That is not Putin's goal. Putin's goal is domination and to take over land, and to annex. And the people don't want it, so the people are fighting. And the president is doing the people's will, and continuing to run the country, and coordinate the fighting. And coordinate with America. And in response, this is what Joe Rogan had to say, but this is actually coverage of what Joe Rogan had to say by a channel called Kiev Independent. The video is called Ukrainians React to Joe Rogan's Rant on Ukraine. The responses from Ukrainians are in Ukrainian, so I'll have to read them out more likely than not. But what Joe Rogan says here, I have a lot to say about. And I need to be clear, this is the worst of what the anti-war side of politics can bring you to.
Weirdness of people.
In the recent podcast, Joe Rogan, a famous American podcaster, insulted Zelensky and Ukrainians, criticizing the Biden decision of Atacam's supply to Ukraine. Today, Kiev Independent is going to ask Ukrainians to find out their reactions regarding Joe Rogan's comments about Ukraine.
What I don't feel safer is right now they're launching missiles. How are you allowed to do that when you're on the way out? Like, the people don't want you to be there anymore. This should be like some sort of a pause for like significant actions that could potentially start World War III.
I like how in Joe Rogan's mind, the democratic choice of 2020 stops mattering because of the democratic choice of 2024. Biden's term isn't over yet. The people voted for Biden from this time period to this time period. Like, what are you talking about, dude? This is he's literally mad about democracy here. Simple as.
Чесно, приїзди, поживи тут, зрозумій насправді.
Based. Honestly, go fuck yourself is what he said. Come live here, and you'll truly understand what it's like. I'm translating for the people that don't have their eyes on the screen, because few lurkers are working right now. Yeah. To be clear, by the way, the Ukrainians do not hold back on Joe here. And many of them clearly didn't know what Joe's opinion was, and they seem like... It's actually kind of heartbreaking to see their reaction, because they seem like... you can see it that it feels like Americans are abandoning them You can see the feeling in their face, and it's so heartbreaking. I'm not joking. You'll see what I'm talking about later.
Справді, що відбувається, ну, типу, своїми якимись там заголовками. Можливо, ти на когось і працюєш, тому такі блогери, як ти, мабуть, купляються.
Де він там живе? Звідки? Ну, то нехай він приїде в Київ, нехай приїде в Україну, подивиться все своїми власними очима, а тоді робить якісь
They won't come to Kyiv or Ukraine for the same reason I won't go to Kyiv or Ukraine. Unless I have a terminal diagnosis of some kind and I'm trying to go out, like, you know, just making the most name for myself as I can. Which is because Russians might bomb them. Like, Russia is the aggressor. I think they kinda internally know that, and they would never go to Ukraine because they know that they would be in the line of Russia's fire. But they're willing to safely and cushily from their podcast rooms in America claim that Ukraine is the bad guys, they're the aggressor, and they're gonna get us into World War III.
висновки, тому що...
Mind you, Russia has been bombing them constantly. Now, Ukraine bombs Russia a little bit. And no, you're gonna start World War III. Okay, fuck off.
За стільки тисяч кілометрів то важко оцінити ситуацію. Я думаю, що він просто не відчуває і не розуміє, що відбувається в світі.
Цей подкастер, він переносить відповідальність з...
Yep. I would say that Joe Rogan puts the responsibility of the Russians on us. And the reason why is solely because America is on the side of Ukraine. The perception is that Russia is Russia, and they're doing what they want to do of their own volition, and that has no bearing on America. And that we need to just leave the situation alone and let it unfold as it would, and that Ukraine are the bad guys and going to get us into World War III because we're backing Ukraine. We are lending them additional strength to defend themselves. And so, whoever America is backing is at fault. The anti-war people in America, at the end of the day, are just anti-American military-industrial complex. That's it.
Росіян на нас. Ну, насправді все не так. Насправді не ми почали війну, і відповідальність абсолютно на них лежить за можливий початок Третьої світової і так далі. That's all.
Zelensky says Putin is terrified. F*** you, man. F*** you people. You f***ing people are about to start World War III.
Якби я прокоментувала...
Like, you can hear how genuinely upset Joe Rogan is at Zelensky for feeling like they have potentially an upper hand now in the fight to defend their country from Putin. It's like, fuck you, Zelensky. It's like someone being attacked in the woods by a bear and then finally reaching their rifle and shooting the bear, and like someone who's been watching and refusing to help the whole time saying, "Oh, fuck you. Dude, you're making this place even more..." Like, he's like trying to read a book and he's like, "Now you're firing guns? Really? Like, I'm just trying to chill here and read my book, and you're here getting mauled by a bear for the last hour, and you finally reach your gun, and you're gonna fire your gun now. Make it harder for me to read my book. Really? You can't just let me chill out?" And like blaming the guy getting attacked by the bear that he finally reached his gun and shot the bear because the dude just wants to read and not help him. That is like a simplified version of the interaction that is going down here, legitimately. Also, I liked how I used Russia. Like, the bear is Russia in this analogy. That's pretty fitting. Although, I guess Ukraine would probably be like a slightly smaller bear or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Ukraine has bears too.
Цю ситуацію, ну, напевно, теж f***ю. Що ще можна сказати? Ну, це образливо.
Не ми розпочали цю війну, і, ну, взагалі, це більша від...
Oh yeah, Russia is the bear, and Ukraine is Leonardo DiCaprio. Leo wins that fight, in the end.
Відповідальність лежить саме на Росії, на Путіна за те, що він розпочинає Третю світову війну.
Дивно, що американці Я вважала, що вони є вічливі, такі виховані люди, тому що це просто образливо, то, що він каже по відношенню до нас.
It's not like nobody knows we've been funding this. It's a proxy war. The whole thing is f***ing insane. It's insane. Come to the negotiation table. Sit down. Work this out. Stop killing everybody.
This is what this, like, simple-minded, your only concern should be reducing the amount of conflict and death mindset that you can... The idea that you can really just simplify these conflicts down to that level on any issue is how you get a take this dumb. There are very few, I should say, conflicts in the world that are simple enough that you can just narrow it down to this, right? It's just, this is a very single-minded mindset, and I don't think it's the case for Joe Rogan, but I think it's the case for a lot of political pundits that repeat basically the same takes as Joe Rogan, such as Hassan. I think they're lazy. I think they don't want to research these conflicts and come to a well-informed conclusion, but they still need to make money and are expected to talk about these topics, and so they do so in an uneducated way, and they are constantly, desperately trying to protect themselves from being called out for their ignorance, because they want to be seen as super smart and knowing everything, not as just like a person. I think a lot of people like Hassan and a lot of like progressive and right-wing figures oversimplify these issues because they cannot talk about them in a more complex way. But the sad part is they start teaching a simplified version of things to their followers. It's why Hassan is so awful when it comes to geopolitics. Yeah, he has the same mindset as Joe Rogan. Literally 1-to-1. And the same opinion on the entire conflict.
Якби Штати так само виконували всі домовленості з приводу безпек країн і їх державності, то цього б не було.
So what he's saying here is actually totally true. Very early on, and I mean early on in this war, Ukraine had every opportunity to eviscerate Russia's navy, their entire fleet. They were in the bay of whatever the fuck, or the sea that's like in perfect like missile striking range from Ukraine. They could have wiped out like from long distance the entire Russian fleet. And the reason why Russia moved their fleet in was because they knew that the US had to give approval before Ukraine could launch an attack. And the US didn't, because there wasn't a lot of popularity for escalating conflict, obviously. It wasn't until recently that Ukraine got the go-ahead, and that's what Joe Rogan is complaining about in that clip. But way earlier in the war, Ukraine could have wiped out Russia's navy, crippled their military push, and really given Ukraine some chips to bring to the bargaining table. You can't sit down and start negotiating if the guy who is just there to take and take and take can't, like, there's no leverage. You have no leverage on him. He can just say no and continue taking and taking and taking. And that's what he'll do. And so this is like Joe is basically shaming the dude who's getting robbed for not handing his money over. You know, like I don't know what else to call it.
Зараз сідати нас за перемовини. Ми домовлялися вже давно, мабуть. З самого початку, коли стала незалежна Україна, коли ми відмовились від...
That's, I know, and I'm only talking about how this affects Ukraine, but we could also talk about NATO as a whole. Like, NATO doesn't want Ukraine falling to Russia. Like, mind you, like, NATO never agreed not to allow any, like, new countries to join. Like, they don't want Russia getting any closer. It's most of Europe is not in favor of the US pulling their support for Ukraine. We wouldn't just be abandoning the Ukrainians, we'd be abandoning Europe as a whole to Russia.
Ядерної зброї, коли ми порізали всі свої заводи, літаки віддали і так далі, це теж були домовленості, але чомусь вони не спрацювали. Тому зараз які домовленості можуть спрацювати? Ну, допоможіть тоді зброєю, типу, яка проксі-війна? Зараз все проксі-війна, вона все зараз відбувається в інтернеті, маніпуляція в головах, так само і вони зараз сидять і маніпулюють думками людей.
Якби на нього нападали десь там в Америці, на бензозаправці, наприклад, приставляли йому ніж до горла, то як би він?
Exactly. She made the same analogy that I did. If Joe Rogan was at a gas station in America and someone put a knife to his throat, how would he negotiate? She cooked.
Би зміг перемовити. Ну, якщо він знає якісь формули, якісь сценарії, як можна домовлятися в таких обставинах, коли в тебе стоїть ніж на сонної артерії, то не просто, ну так, я вважаю, важко говорити, коли тебе вбивають.
Скажіть матерям, дітям, дружинам закатованих людей про переговори, про те, що можна якось домовитися, коли не можна повернути дітей закатованих.
Also, Zelensky, can I get a drug test? Can we just get one drug test before we send you any more money? Like, what are you doing?
On so many levels, on so many levels, I need to respond to that. For one, Zelensky's on drugs, I guess? Maybe. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he's on some uppers. I'd be on uppers, bro. Like, if I was Zelensky, I'd be like, all right, I need all of the country's coke and meth, because I'm not sleeping until this war's over. Like, how do you expect me to sleep, dude? Like, I gotta lock in, and I need to be like the Russian sleep experiment guys for the next 4 years, just battle planning in this room. So maybe he might be on drugs in all seriousness, but I want to point out that this is Joe Rogan saying this. Joe Rogan. Like, I know what DMT is and eventually tried it because I learned of it because of Joe Rogan. He popularized that shit. Like, Joe Rogan's the psychedelic drug guy. He smokes weed with Elon Musk on his podcast. He is the guy who's the cool dude who does drugs on his podcast. He is that guy. How can he be all like, this guy needs to take a drug test. Drugs are bad, okay? When he's the guy who smokes weed with Elon. Also hilarious that Elon smoked weed on the Joe Rogan podcast, but you know he'll be making, and Trump will be making, no moves to legalize marijuana in their administration. It's like, oh my god, dude. Like, how can he be saying this?
Коли не можна повернути дітей закатованих.
Also, Zelensky, can I get a drug test? Can we just get one drug test before we send you any more money? Like, what are you doing? This is like cocaine, like, baby. Putin's scared, man.
Yeah.
Putin's terrified.
Jacked up.
We got him. We got him, man. We got him.
Like, what are you talking about? He has nuclear missiles, you monkeys.
Joe Rogan, referring to the Ukrainian people, says, "What are you talking about? He has nuclear missiles, you fucking monkeys." He just hates the Ukrainian people. He has been so anti-war, like any conflict is going to be the next World War III brained, that any group willing to fight to protect their country from invasion with the backing of the US deserves his ire. The people deserve his ire. This isn't just him getting called out for spreading some like medical misinfo on his podcast anymore. It's him outright condemning basically all of Europe to the conquering of a maniac. Future generations are going to look back at Putin's push to conquer Europe, and they're going to talk about the figures all throughout the West that enabled the 21st century's Hitler to do what he tried to do, and they're going to point to Rogan as the largest voice in the world at the time, and he backed the Russian cause to conquer Europe and eventually the world. Because we're going to, obviously Putin's going to fail. He's a maniacal dictator. He will fail, as they all do. And then, in the future, we'll look back and we'll think about how people could have ever fallen for that guy's grift. How could they have backed a dude who was, in the view of the world, trying to conquer other countries? How could they back him and then frame those that he's invading as the aggressors? It happened in World War II. It did. And it's going to happen again here.
Jesus Christ.
Я думаю, що Зеленський же не один, за ним стоїть команда, тому
I love this too. Every time people are like in America call Zelensky a warmonger, I love how much the people of Ukraine come out to say, "No, we're fighting. We are with him. We are behind him. He has us." Like they aren't taking it. Like an insult to Zelensky to a Ukrainian is an insult to all of them, and that's the kind of national like cohesion that only a foreign country invading you can really bring about. You know. Like, I bet so many of the general barriers and disagreements in Ukraine have melted away in the last years. And, like, there is a very strong sense of brotherhood I'd be willing to bet among the Ukrainian people now. Because at this point, it's like, it's us against Russia and apparently the world if the U.S. is willing to drop support due to popular opinion from Ukraine. It's a really fucked situation.
Він представляє команду, країну, тому нас всіх мають перевірити на наркотики. Ну, в мене немає наркотиків особисто.
I don't have any drugs
Ця людина, яка
personally.
це говорить, вона не була у стані війни 3 роки, як наш пан президент. І
She's just straight up, this man has never seen war. That is very funny too, because Joe Rogan's buddies are all ex-Navy SEALs and like ex-military dudes. Like retired military dudes. That's like all of his buddies and all of his security guards and all of his like his little clique. And yet he's this like virtue signaling anti-war dude too. He's never seen a day of combat in his life. And yet he's out here calling Zelensky a crazy drug addict. It's like, okay, man. Your job is you podcast, dude. You're like me. We talk on the internet. We aren't badass like Zelensky is. Zelensky's a badass. We're not. We talk on the internet for a living, bro. Like, I don't care if you did commentary for UFC. When your job is to talk into a mic, you're not badass. That's just not how it works.
те, наскільки він вже втомлений, наскільки в нього вже немає сил, то можна подумати будь-що. Ну, він може з їх слів употребляти будь-що, ну, тобто будь-який наркотик, який вони там собі уявили.
Ну, мені, по-перше, не сподобалась маніпуляція в цьому відео, що я скину тобі гроші, якщо ти скинеш мені тест на наркотики, чи якось так. Для мене це дуже дивна фраза, дуже дивний вираз, який звучить в сторону глави нашої держави. Вот. В цілому, я не думаю, що президент України взагалі таким займається, мені так не здається. Вот. В цілому, слова цього персонажа дуже дивні, дуже якісь некоректні, я б так сказала, тому питання до нього, чи він нічого не вживає перед тим, як це казати. От, все.
So yeah, Joe Rogan has taken the anti-war pill and swallowed it so deeply that he is now pro-Russia. Many such cases. Really, many such cases. This is why we're turning up the heat. We're turning the dial up in terms of the heat on the anti-war side of the left and the right, because the anti-war rhetoric is never actually anti-war rhetoric. Like, it's never like, oh, Russia is invading. I'm against this. I'm against war. We should fight to ensure the peace that can be preserved if Russia does not continue to conquer Europe, because that is not peace. And yet, instead, they're just arguing for us not to fight against an aggressor. That's not anti-war. That's not peace. That's submitting to tyranny. And there is no peace under tyranny. There never has been, and there never will be. That's not how it works. You have to fight fascism to ensure peace. Like, there's always a paradox to these things. Every issue, at a certain point, gets paradoxical. The paradox of tolerance, the paradox of peace, every time, right? Paradox of law or lawlessness, right? Let's say you want to make a Minecraft server, right? And it's going to be an anarchy server. There are no rules, there are no laws or anything. What if all the players get together and decide to instill mob justice and mob rule? They basically turned a place that was meant to be anarchy into a place with rules and law, because enough people gathered together and created that. If you do not then overreach and disallow the formation of mob rule, and allow anarchy to go back into effect and dismantle whatever in-game government has been made, then it's not really anarchy anymore, right? And so you've paradoxically ended up at what you didn't want to be by enforcing what you wanted so heavily. The paradox of tolerance. If you tolerate intolerance too much, the intolerant can gain power, right? They can gain power, and then they can destroy tolerance as a concept. This is sort of an extension of the discussion of freedom of speech. Like, free speech absolutism can lead to those that are opposed to freedom of speech using it to gain power and destroy it as a concept. All of these things, taken to their extremes, can become paradoxical. And I notice that is exactly what is happening with the issue of anti-war with a lot of people, and Joe Rogan is a perfect example of that. He has gone so anti-war that he paradoxically supports the aggressor in a conflict. This is why my eyes glaze over when anyone who's ANCAP starts speaking. Smart. You shouldn't listen to what anyone who's ANCAP has to say. They have nothing of value to tell you. You should engage with them, but it's fine if your eyes glaze over. I promise you're not missing anything. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you found it enjoyable, educational, or even entertaining, then please consider leaving a like, whether you're watching live right now or after the fact when this goes up on YouTube as its own video. Leave a comment if you can, as likes and comments are the best way to boost my content in the algorithm, and it's totally free. Subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because believe me, if you don't, they won't. And if you want to see more from me on other platforms, be sure to follow my social medias linked down below in the description, including my Blue Sky, where I've gotten a lot more active lately. I'm trying to post more, and my Discord server, where at least once a week on Fridays I host gaming events, call-in streams, watch parties, and I also announce all my new uploads and streams there. So if you want to be a part of the community and you don't want to miss anything, you definitely want to join that, so make sure you hop on in. Link in the description. Finally, if you want to support me directly, thank you so much. I do appreciate it, by the way. Consider donating, subscribing, gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying my merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. Regardless, though, as I said before, thank you so much, and I hope to see you again next time. Nice! How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. First time actually catching a stream? Hell yeah, Madeline. I hope you enjoy your stay. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub. Hot damn, thank you. And a 1-monther. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Said, while I know it's from Russian oligarchs who paid politicians to be anti-war, wonder if some politicians want to go back to Cold War era with Russia. I don't know. I think people discredit how well run our country was under Obama. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden as VP and Secretary of State, respectively, did a really good job of handling Russia for those 8 years. So much so to the extent that Putin was enraged at the fact that, like, America had relatively masterfully handled Putin's insanity throughout Obama's term. And as soon as Trump took office, Putin wanted to go full unleashed. Like, he started building up and preparing for the invasion probably as soon as Obama left and a Republican got elected. And it took Trump's whole term to start out the invasion. It really does. Nah, my IMO, we dropped the ball on Crimea. We did, but overall, like, the reason why Putin is trying so hard to oust the Democrats is because Obama, in power, with like the Dems running the country, Russia realized that America was not going to let Russia conquer Europe. And so that's when the bot farm started. That's when the massive hundreds of millions invested by Russia and the Kremlin into misinformation campaigns across the West, and especially in America, to dismantle the Democrats began. And now we are where we are now. The Democrats are a genuine threat to Putin's plan for world domination, and that is why Putin and the Russians have dedicated so much energy to trying to stop them. The Dems don't bend over backwards for Putin. They're not perfect. They don't do everything right. Putin got Crimea, don't get me wrong, and Obama was president when that happened in 2014. But regardless, overall, Putin might have already had much of Europe by now if, say, Romney won or something in 2008. Or no, sorry, if, like, McCain won in 2000. Honestly, Romney and McCain are far better than Trump. It's hard to say if they would cuck out to Russia. I don't know if they would. I don't know. If we'd gotten Trump 10 years ago, I think things would have been far worse. I think if the Crimean annexation happened in 2014 while Trump was president, I think it would have been a nightmare. McCain definitely no, but Romney I don't think so either, honestly. Dr. Bardock Gaming. Well, Romney and McCain were neocons, so they would also be nightmarish for Russia. I don't know if they would be nightmarish for Russia. You gotta remember, one of the big talking points in 2016 was that Hillary was so hard on Russia as Secretary of State that she might get us into war with Russia if she gets elected in 2016. That was a big talking point, is that if Hillary wins, we're going to war with Russia. Because she was so hard on Russia as Secretary of State. That's probably where a lot of it began, too, was Russia's particular disdain for Hillary. I would not be surprised if that's where a lot of it comes from. Anyway, PepperT21, thank you so much for the additional $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. You're so pog. Said also, with what's in Korea, it's important to remember this. Yeah, we'll be talking about what's going on in South Korea. Don't worry. Oh, God. How did Kim Jong-vroom get nukes?
How did the car dictator, Kim... How...
That's real. That's real. That's canon in the Cars universe, by the way. Yeah, the bad ending happened in the Cars universe. It's actually crazy. By the way, thank you for all the links whenever I do my outros, Heavy Gretel. It helps with people knowing what links to click. I appreciate that. I was going to say thank you for that before, but I forgot. PepperT21, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you for the extra $5 you do. Said, hey Zan, sorry I'm late. I took an 4-hour nap after going to my aunt's birthday at the Chinese buffet. Anyway, I want to say thank you so much for boosting my channel. It really means a lot to me. No problem, PepperT21. I love seeing people in my audience hit big sub numbers. That shit goes hard. Thank you for the $5, and I hope you had a fun time at the buffet restaurant. Hope you ate a lot of food. All right. Let me update the dono goal really fast. And then very quickly, I'm going to take a fast restroom break since I realize we're about 2 hours and 5 minutes into the stream, and I've not emptied my bladder the whole time, and I drank a whole shake, and I feel it, guys. I definitely feel it. So I'll be right back, guys. I got a lot of juicy topics to cover when I do get back, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. I'll BRB. Yo! Oh my god, what a good idea. Xander should have a Chatterbait stream that he switches to during his bathroom breaks. Just set up a camera that's live streaming my bathroom all the time on Chatterbait, and then you guys just tab over to Chatterbait, and you just watch me piss, and I continue talking about the topic there. Just whip it out, and just start pissing, and you guys just watch me piss while I talk about the topic. Just resume. You just switch tabs. That's so smart. Holy crap. How did I never think of this? Dude, my streams would be so much more efficient. Oh my god. Dude, that's crazy.
Welcome to the cum zone.
He has to release the dong. Eye emoji, heart eyes emoji. Oh god. Horny today, are we? Alright, let me bring up Google Drive, name some topics really fast, or name some segments really fast, and send them to my editor. And then we'll move on to our next segment, huh? Let's go. Let's giggity 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 goo. Alright. Oh. Open. Okay, this one's gonna be called Rename. We're gonna call this one Oh, I'm thinking of calling it This is Minecraft's Biggest Scandal. I don't even need to add anything else there because my editor Ethan's the one who told me about that situation. He already knows. He doesn't need any more information. He knows about that whole situation. He's the one who showed me that video. Okay, and then our Ukraine one. Urgent. Joe Rogan hates Ukrainians. Oh, even better. Joe Rogan wants Americans to hate Ukraine. That title cooks. Joe Rogan wants Americans to hate Ukraine. That is a good title. Parentheses. Joe Rogan is dumb and claims Ukraine are the aggressor. Boom. And now those ones are uploading. Let's go! Joe Rogan wants Russia's money. Oh, that would be a good title, but I don't want to get that crazy with it, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to push it that hard. Hunter Biden's real crime is having a huge hog and making Republicans feel insecure. Hey chat, I'm curious. Where do you guys think that Hunter Biden got his big hog from? Genetically speaking. Where do you think he probably got that from? Just saying. I'm just saying, guys. I'm just saying, Joe probably has a hog, alright? And I've been choosing to believe Joe's got a hog for a while now. Why do you think Joe is tripping all the time? Oh my god, you're so right! Why? Okay, if the left had a single brain cell, we would have been responding every time Chud said, look at Joe tripping. Yeah, have you seen Hunter Biden's dick? Bro's got a hog. He be tripping on that shit. Like, if we'd been saying that since the beginning, I don't think anybody would have been pointing out when he fell over. Yeah, dude, that hog. It's dangling between his legs. It's causing him to trip. Hard to stay coordinated. Oh, wow, no. Young Joe Biden's a good-looking dude. Have you guys seen young Joe Biden? Hypers in chat if you've not seen young Joe Biden. Like my age Joe Biden. Not a bad-looking dude. How do you think he'd react if you, like, traveled back in time, walked up to him here, pulled out a cell phone and showed him a video of himself talking, where he's like, now, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that. Like, I wonder how he'd react. He'd probably be like, oof, ouch. You didn't have to show me that, man. Dude, he was a lifeguard. Of course he was in good shape. He was a lifeguard. That's like, he was gonna fight Corn Pop, dude. He's built. That Corn Pop story is real. That dude, if that dude told you the story about Corn Pop, you'd believe him. Now, Corn Pop was a bad dude. I'm just glad Biden won, you know? No one can ever say Biden took the L. W Biden forever. Bo Jiden. True, I love Bo Jiden. Alright, guys. Alright. Wait, what? One sec. There we go. Okay. Nope. There we go. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys. So, today is going to be a day where I talk about foreign politics. Now, I've not followed a ton of what's been going on in South Korea over the last few years, but I did get a bit of a crash course from a friend before stream, and apparently South Korea is a bit of a hell state lately. Now, it is far better to live in, and it seems to be far better ran than North Korea, considering North Korea is a dictatorship that is, like, ruled by a bloodline. And there's a lot of other problems in North Korea too, but I feel like most people know them already. Like, they're iconically memed to death. But South Korea's got its own fair share of problems as well, most notably in regards to government and just the class situation of the country. You might notice that a lot of media that's popular from South Korea, outside of, like, K-pop, I guess. I mean, maybe even the K-pop touches on this. I actually wouldn't be surprised if it does. A lot of, like, popular movies and stuff that come from South Korea are movies like Parasite, or a show like Squid Game, which at their core are a commentary on class disparity and on living as a lower economic class in society. I think even Train to Busan was technically about that, but, you know, zombies on the surface, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, like, a lot of popular South Korean movies, especially from, like, some of the most beloved and well-known filmmakers there, very much touch on the topic of class, and there's some reasons for this. As it turns out, if you don't get a higher education from, like, one of the 3 nationally backed universities in the country with, like, an acceptance rate of, like, 18%, you're basically fucked. Like, you might as well kiss any chance of a well-earning life and future, goodbye, outside of like untraditional jobs and paths to wealth and employment. It's really rough to get from lower income or a lower class in society to an upper one, and the differences are stark. Like, the impoverished in South Korea live in poverty. It's bad. The best way to describe it is that South Korea is like the worst of capitalism, while North Korea is like the worst of what people who call themselves communists do. I wouldn't call what North Korea is capitalist. I wouldn't call it communist either. But like, man, South Korea is basically the perfect example of how bad capitalism can get, dude. It's rough. That said, the leader, the president of South Korea is a massive fan of Donald Trump. Like, just a massive glazer for the guy. He is very right-wing, and the party that he is a part of is a South Korean nationalist party. They are very racist, they are very right-wing, very conservative, very anti-woman. To give you an idea of how, like, fucking weird this guy is, you know, it was actually Hassan, I think, who called the president of South Korea an incel, and I rolled my eyes when I heard that at first, but I think he might have been right, because the president of South Korea passed a law designed to expedite the schooling of girls in South Korea in order to, and this is the official position of the state, prepare them for marriage and childbirth at a younger age. The president wanting South Korean women, or girls I should say, to get pregnant and married younger, passed a law that mandatorily expedites their time in school and forces their graduation to be sooner. Yeah. The dude's a fucking creep. There have been massive protests against him as of late. People are calling for his impeachment, even many within the government, and because of that, he decided to rage declare martial law. This is news from about 8 hours ago now. There have been updates, so don't spoil anything in chat, I'm well aware, but for now, we're gonna focus on his rage response to the outrage, I guess. Like, he just decided, I'm gonna declare martial law, and I think he did this in a rage, because what happened after, and how there's no way that he, like, rationally made the decision to do this, knowing what could happen if he did. This feels like it was an impulsive move on his part. Let's watch.
The South Korean president declaring martial law in a late-night TV address. CNN's Mike Valerio joining us now from Seoul. Mike, I know the detail pretty sketchy at this point. What do we know?
Well, we have disturbing details that are just crossing the Reuters wire, Becky, as our colleagues and team of journalists are sorting through what this means. Reuters reporting at this hour that all media in South Korea are coming under the control of martial law command in South Korea. What
that means the media is not allowed to speak out against the state or criticize what's happening. The government has taken control of the press.
Means for us here at CNN, unclear. Our bureau's broadcasting from the heart of Seoul, South Korea. But protesters, according to information that is just coming into our bureau here, are being told by law enforcement that they can be arrested without any warrant in this new chapter of martial law that has begun just about an hour and a half ago. So to bring our viewers up to speed, what exactly we're dealing with here, the president of South Korea, Yoon Suk-yeol, comes on TV in an unannounced address to the nation and says, Becky, because of what he described as elements of government.
I need you guys to know that I can't stop grinning because the friend who I had give me the crash course on the situation is from the Philippines. And he lives in the Philippines, and he was explaining the situation. And when describing the president of South Korea, he did like an extremely exaggerated like Korean accent, which is it was like I'm not even gonna imitate it, saying "I love Donald Trump," like quoting the president of South Korea, and I was like, you know, that's racist for you to say, right? People from the Philippines don't sound like that. And he started laughing. I'm sorry, I can't stop smiling thinking about that. It was just a funny interaction that happened before stream related to this topic today. That was when I was getting the crash course for what's happened in South Korea leading up to this before.
That are, from his view, sympathetic to North Korea, to communist forces. Because of those things and others, he is declaring martial law for the first time since this country has been ruled by military dictatorship in the 1980s. Now, we are trying to sort through what this means for democracy in this bastion of democratic rule in East Asia. I live about just a couple minutes away from where we're broadcasting from. There are police, Becky, who are on their phones, calling their captains, calling their colleagues, asking, what are they to do? What does this mean? What is going on in the building that I live in? And when you're just walking through the streets, there are people who are running to their families' homes to be with them, to figure out what to do to be close to loved ones in this moment that is unprecedented in so many of our memories. So Yoon Suk-yeol, the president of South Korea, did not lay out what specifically he wants to do with these martial law provisions. We're waiting for some sort of text that outlines what powers he says he will have. But from the information that is trickling out, the leader of the Democratic opposition party, Lee Jae-myung, is saying there's no way this can.
I mixed it up actually. This reminded me that I mixed it up. It is not his party. That is the Nationalist Party that's calling him out. It is the oppositional Democratic Party that's calling him out. And in South Korea, much like in the rest of the world, it's not America, the Democratic Party, or any party with Democrat in it, are the super racist, super nationalist party. So even though this guy is a massive cuck to Trump and right-wing, like, shithead, the even more, like, super nationalist party is now using this as an opportunity to challenge his position. Keep in mind, the South Korean Democrat Party, or Democratic Party, is, they're bad. They're super conservative. At least that's how I had it explained to me. Not super familiar with South Korean politics, but makes sense.
Fly and be paraphrasing what he's saying as we're taking in all this information, Becky. This is an illegal move, Lee Jae-myung, the opposition leader, says, and this has to be canceled. So lawmakers are streaming to Parliament, but we are also seeing reports of activity at Parliament being declared illegal as well because of these martial law regulations that apparently have come into effect. So to say that this is unsettling would absolutely be the understatement of the evening here at 11:42 p.m. local time on a Tuesday night. There are whole multitudes of people across the city who are stunned and are trying to figure out how an unpopular president may...
Imagine pulling an all-nighter at work and then the president announces the country is under martial law and you're like, I don't get off work for an hour. Like, imagine.
Made this move and what is going to happen next and what this means for democracy here in South Korea, Becky.
Stand by. I'm going to let you go just for the moment because I'm sure you can spend your time wisely bringing in more information to CNN. Thank you for the time being. I want to bring in Kenneth Choi, the international editor for the Korean newspaper, the Chosun Ilbo. It's good to have you. How do you assess what is going on and why?
Well, actually, a lot of people are dismayed. I've been in close communication with a lot of people, journalists and friends in political circle. Actually, everybody's flabbergasted. Don't know what's going on right now. We understand why the president made his call the way he did it, but it's absolutely stunning. It seems like he hasn't informed a lot of people even inside his circle. So there's a lot of confusion going on.
Okay.
I mean, the opposition party has filed yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, let me just be quite clear. You said you understand why the president did this, made this decision. Can you explain what that is? Why specifically do you believe that he has declared martial law, and who are these sort of communist elements that he is talking about wanting to purge?
Yeah, he's trying to become a dictator, if you haven't noticed. They tend to do that when dictators tend to do that. They tend to do the whole, yeah, we're gonna excise the communist elements in our country, and then they seize power and become a dictator. He's doing that, just like Trump wants to do. Yeah, he's following Donald Trump.
Well, he is frustrated because the opposition party, which controls about almost 2/3 in the parliament, has impeached 18 of his cabinet ministers level, impeached the prosecutor general, so they are impeaching everybody, and then the opposition party cut down almost $4 billion in the budget, government budget. So he believed that the opposition party is trying to shut his government down. And he believed that, or the leftist element from the North Korean agents or whatever has penetrated into this movement, and they are, sort of inciting all these instability. I'm not sure whether this is deemed necessary to have.
This guy literally has Dracula fangs. That's crazy. Anyway, that dude is making excuses for the president of South Korea, which I'm not interested in. What I am interested in is that he had to backtrack and withdraw the martial law order because, as it turns out, it wasn't exactly legal. He's actually in deep shit, and I feel like he probably should have known he would end up in deep shit, which is why I think that he made the decision to declare martial law in a rage, and now he's having to walk it back, and now the consequences are hitting. I'm pretty sure that's how that went, more likely than not. So yeah, he's had to walk it back. Let's see what the deal is.
South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol is backing down, saying that he's going to lift his martial law order. And this comes after the country's parliament voted to unanimously block that decree that he had made, and after the president's own party urged him to drop it.
Yeah, that declaration led to huge swarms of protesters hitting the streets of Seoul, demanding that he lift the order, many demanding the president's resignation. Let's go live to the scene in South Korea's capital with CNN's Mike Valerio. Mike.
He declared martial law, and they marshaled together and broke the law even harder. Let's go.
What are you seeing?
Well, we're seeing people in shock and dismay occupying this block, which is right in front of the National Assembly. One of the scenes where this drama played out, where, as you mentioned, all the members of the National Assembly, or many of the members of the National Assembly, come back and unanimously vote to overturn and suspend martial law instituted here in South Korea. So let's push in, show you some of these protesters. There were hundreds of people before. When we were on Boris and Brianna earlier in the evening, I would say about 3 hours ago, we saw 2 military vehicles that were trying to get out of here. One of the pieces of good news that we've been able to report since we were on the air, we saw troops, members of the military, who were positioned up and down this street. Again, one of the main streets of Seoul, one of the main avenues looking to the beautiful National Assembly. All of those military assets seem to have dispersed after that unanimous decision from the parliament, and after we heard from South Korea's president that, yep, he was going to back down. Now, what we're waiting for, the cabinet has to come in of the presidential administration and simply give the rubber stamp and say, okay, this is all over. But it seems to be, a palpable sigh of relief. People still honestly befuddled, Boris and Brianna, of how this happened. We have the South.
I need you guys to realize it's not just America where it's happening right now. This, fascistic right-wing anti-democracy takeover is happening across the developed world. In the East and the West, there's no limit to it. we're seeing, like, I think one of the few exceptions is actually Japan. I think Japan's continued to get more progressive, but they're starting at a pretty low spot in terms of, like, progressive stuff. So there's not much but room to grow there. But everywhere else is taking steps back right now. Like, everywhere else. And there are protests. America is kind of headlining this, like, push towards the right. And it's not just dictators cheating and taking power against the will of the people. There is a majority of electorally active people in these countries that voted for this. And either they quickly realized they were wrong and joined with the protests, or they're not the ones out there protesting. I hate to say it, but at least on election day in all these countries, this is the will of the people. And that's scary, dude.
Korean president giving a speech over live TV, unannounced, saying that from his point of view, pro-North Korean and anti-state forces were working to overturn the government and infiltrate the state. And we're all kind of wondering, what is he talking about? Very unclear, no specific pieces of evidence, and people who you talk to are wondering similar things. How did the president even decide this? How did he take us down this path? It's such a sensitive, of course, tributary of South Korean history wrapping up here, because this is the first time since 1980 that martial law was instituted right after the Korean War. This is a place where dictators ruled, essentially. We have 28,500 American troops who are spread throughout the country, a crucial American ally. Stability here is key, so we seem to be breathing a sigh of relief, but need to hear from the president about why he did this and what is next, Boris and Brianna.
Yeah, and Mike, what about his future? He's so unpopular, as you have noted in your...
For those who don't know, I know it's, like, considered normal for our, like, presidents to have, like, a 20% or an 18 or a 15% approval rating, but that's not usual in most countries, especially not South Korea. The approval rate of the current president has dropped to below 20% on average for the last few years, which has kind of reached a boiling point where the vast majority of people in the country are just they're not thrilled about the guy. They're protesting him. They don't approve of him. They want him gone.
Reports, can he survive this politically?
You know, so many rules of politics have been rewritten over the past couple of years. It seems unlikely that he will be able to survive, but his critics would say that he does thrive on drama and taking a tough stand, especially against North Korea, and being a fighter. So who knows? Unable to answer that question before the sun rises. If he will resign, so many people want him to. Will he survive? It seems unlikely, but we're buckling up here in East Asia. It remains to be seen.
Mike Valerio with the latest from Seoul. Thank you so much for that update. Let's bring in CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger. David, thank you so much for being with us. One of the outstanding questions here is why South Korea's president would have taken this step of declaring martial law if he had all suspected that his National Assembly, including the members of his own party, even the leader of his own party, would vote unanimously to overturn that declaration. What was he?
Anger. It was an impulsive decision. That's what I think.
Trying to accomplish.
You know, it's a real mystery, because it does seem as if he has made one of the great political errors you possibly could. Now, I covered South Korea back in the days when martial law was coming to an end in the 1980s, and the population does not want to go back to that age when even the first presidents who were elected were former generals. And so the transition to a true democracy and to becoming the world's 12th largest economy, which is South Korea's position today, is something that South Koreans of both parties cherish. And so how he thought he was going to get away with this is a mystery to me, especially because, as one U.S. official noted to me, in his initial statement 5 or 6 hours ago, there was no mention of North Korea, of a threat to the sanctity of the state of South Korea. this was all about a way to resolve political gridlock.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, how is the U.S. viewing this, David? Because a stable and democratic South Korea is so important to America when it comes to commerce, when it comes to its alliances.
You know what I never considered? It's possible that Trump taking power empowers so many leaders around the world that are also egomaniacal wannabe dictators to make their power grabs, that the whole world enters turmoil around the time Trump takes office and stays in it until the next election. And that, like, if the vibes are off, you got to remember, the American people vote based on vibes, and they turn out based on vibes. If the vibes for Trump are not good, Trump won't win. Or I should say, not that Trump won't win, the next Republican won't win. And if Trump destroys the concept of term limits and runs again, he won't win. The vibes cannot be off. And Trump plans to do a lot of things that are going to be hard to make the vibes not be off for the American people. You know, I think it'll be tough for him.
And its power in the Asia-Pacific region. How are U.S. officials reacting?
Well, first they were shocked, Brianna, because they had gotten no advance notice of this, which is, violation of rule number 1 with your major allies. Second, they viewed it initially as a huge embarrassment to President Biden, who in March of 2023 invited South Korea to be one of the co-sponsors of one of the White House democracy summits. And the agenda called for countering authoritarianism. So martial law doesn't exactly fit into that. You may recall that the Biden administration, to its credit, brought South Korea and Japan together to help counter China and, of course, North Korea, and considered that one of its major accomplishments in the Indo-Pacific. And that was an initiative that ran through with President Yoon. But they were clearly worried about him just because of the question of his political unpopularity. They were shocked today. I had text messages from administration officials who said their public statements were going to be pretty mild so that they could leave the president room to back down, President Yoon room to back down. And that's exactly what he did. And, we'd all love to hear what those private messages to him were.
Dude, this is going to cause months of massive turmoil politically in South Korea. If I've got I know I have at least a few Korean fans, and I'm assuming they're South Korean, because if they're in North Korea, then damn. But I've got quite a few fans that are in South Korea, and if you're there right now, I am sorry, but your country is about to get shaken up more than it already was. That's rough. I guess so's my country, but also you got a dictator right now, so do we, but this is rough. The South Korean dictator needs to be ousted. He might be forced to resign. He might be impeached. We'll see.
David, I'm curious about the veracity of his claims, his justification for installing martial law. One of them being that pro-North Korean operatives had infiltrated the state apparatus. Now, we've seen North Korea conduct some international operations before. I think that the Sony hack is one example. Kim Jong-un going after family members abroad, murdering family members abroad. But is that a legitimate...
Dude, we should do a segment where we look into the ways that Kim Jong-un has had his political opponents and even some family members that have spoken out against the regime killed. Because he sends assassins out and they'll use James Bond, Mission Impossible level spy shit. Wasn't there a death umbrella that would click a tablet of poison into your body? That might have been a Soviet thing I'm thinking of, but I could have sworn one of the dudes that Kim Jong-un had assassinated was killed in public, like in a mall, with like the tip of a poisoned umbrella or something. It was something insane. Like, he sends people to hunt those people down. That was during the Cold War in Bulgaria? Yeah, I thought so. I might have been mixing that up. But no, there's been some insane cases of assassinations that Kim Jong-un has had done. Yeah, Bulgarian umbrella is what I'm thinking of. Okay, hold on. No, this shit is crazy. Oh yeah, this is what I'm thinking of. Kim Jong-nam, the older half-brother of the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, was assassinated at the Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia. He had been living abroad since his exile from North Korea in 2003, following his visit to the attack. He arrived at Malaysia, traveling across the resort island. He was approached by two women, one of whom was Vietnamese while the other was Indonesian, and ambushed with an VX nerve agent near an airport self-check-in kiosk at Level 3, Departure Hall in KLIA 2, the low-cost carrier terminal at Kuala Lumpur International Airport, while waiting for a 10:50 a.m. AirAsia flight to Macau. VX is a chemical weapon banned by the Chemical Weapons Convention in 1993. North Korea, which has not ratified the convention, is suspected of holding a stockpile. Malaysian police said that Kim had alerted an airport receptionist, saying that someone had grabbed him from behind and splashed a liquid on his face, and a woman covered his face with a cloth laced with a liquid. A resuscitation device was strapped to Kim's face, and he was then transported by stretcher through the airport to reach an ambulance. He was treated at the airport in Menara Medical Clinic by nurse Rabitul Adawiha Mod Sofi and Dr. Nick Mod Adzrul Arif Raja Aslan, who later testified that he was sweating, in pain, and unresponsive. At the clinic, Kim was given 1 milligram of atropine and also adrenaline, and was given a tracheal intubation. He died about 15 to 20 minutes after the attack while being transferred from the airport to the Putrajaya Hospital. Yeah, so they got his ass with a splash. I guess I was thinking, I mixed up this story with the Bulgarian umbrella thing, because it was also a public situation where just you're minding your own business and all of a sudden, boom, death sentence. Assassins got you. But I just mixed them up. I'm sorry about that. I mean, it's been a while since I heard about these things, but like I said, it's some interesting shit.
Concern for the South Korean government?
Well, as I mentioned before, the statement said nothing about the stability of the South Korean state. So are there North Korean operatives or sympathizers in South Korea? Yes, of course. Have there been since the war ended in 1953? Yes, of course there have been. And so what he didn't do was make the connection about whether or not those influences were actually a true threat to South Korea. And, you know, the only threat to South Korea from the North that I can see is a nuclear one, right? The North now has 60 or more nuclear weapons. Even mounting a conventional attack across the DMZ would be hard for North Korea. So this seemed more like pretense in order to get the upper hand in what I described before as political gridlock than any real threat to the South Korean state. And in fact, I can recall many other moments when I think South Korea's nascent democracy was more threatened in the late 80s and early 90s than it is today.
South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol is...
Yeah, dude. Man, rip South Korea. Rough situation. My poor South Korean fans, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry that y'all are dealing with a historical event. Another one. Aw, shit, here we go again. One of those situations. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you found it entertaining, educational, or even enlightening, then consider leaving a like if you're watching live or after the fact when this goes out as its own video, and perhaps commenting as well. Likes and comments are the best way possible to support the channel. For those that don't know, it really does mean a lot and does an immense amount to help the channel. You can subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos. And of course, make sure if you want to see more from me on other platforms, you follow my social medias linked down below in the description. I, of course, have my Blue Sky, where I've been posting a lot more and getting a lot more active, and I highly recommend you follow me there. It's like the new Twitter. Everyone's using it now. High volume of people joining lately, and I've been getting a lot of new followers, so thank you guys. And of course, consider joining my fan Discord. It's totally free to join, and also, at least once a week on Fridays, I host a gaming event, a call-in stream, or a watch party, and I announce all my new uploads and streams there as well. So if YouTube bugs, then at least you'll get notified through the Discord. And of course, it's the main pillar and hub of my community and fan base, so if you don't want to miss anything, make sure you join, because that's really where it's all at. And finally, if you want to support me directly, help me keep the lights on, the roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below if you want to get some custom Xander Hall merch. But with all that said, I hope to see you again next time, and I hope you enjoyed. Heck yeah. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Nice bubbles and marshmallows. I'm glad you're liking the content. You'd actually be surprised. Most of my fans are in their mid-20s to late 30s, and many of them are in their early to mid-40s as well. More in their 40s than are in their teens, according to my YouTube audience, like, age demographics. I've got more fans that are in their 40s than that are in their teens. It's pretty crazy. I turned 40 this past Sunday. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you happy birthday. Happy late birthday, Heavy Gretel. Welcome to the 40s club. Boomer, well now you just get to take the MILF honor. You can, like, it's no longer stolen valor. You get to say that you're a MILF now. And no one gets to say otherwise. Yeah, 40 is the new 20. Aw, thanks, Zan. No problem. I am fully qualified to endow people with the title of MILF. Trust me, I have the qualification. I put in the work. Alright. Alright. Let me get my next topic. For that, you become a DILF, Burboy. If you're trying to become a dude MILF, that would be a DILF. Alright. Let me find this. Wait, is this real? So... No shot. This can't be real. We'll see. We'll see if this video makes a good point. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Jesus, guys. If this is true, I will laugh my ass off. Imagine Elon Musk blows a ton of money, manages to get himself not necessarily a position in government, but a consulting position close to government, where he has sway and influence. It won't technically be a brand new department, Doge. It won't technically be a department like other things are departments, but it effectively will be, even if on paper it's not. But imagine, Elon blows all that money to gain that power, and on top of that, the bubble pops for all of the shit he's used to grift his way into prominence. You gotta keep in mind, Cybertruck, Tesla, SpaceX to an extent, though SpaceX is actually a pretty useful service for the US like space service, or actually international space industry, mostly because it's been so privatized. Like, if it was still public, then SpaceX would be pointless and useless and a massive waste of money. But because Republicans have privatized space so much in America, notably, say the ISS has required the help of private companies to make shipments up to the ISS so the astronauts up there don't die, you know? And so SpaceX, less overvalued, but oh my god, Cybertruck is actually one of the most overvalued companies ever. It's all hype. It's literally all hype. Although Starlink is actually pretty good. Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Takumini Nightcore. I have a friend who uses Starlink, and she had really bad internet before, like couldn't play a game and be in voice chat with us at the same time. And now she gets like not great internet speeds, but she can play a game and be in voice chat with us now, so that's nice. Yeah, if you live rurally, you kind of need Starlink or something that does what Starlink does if you're going to have decent internet. So yeah, Tesla is very overvalued. It's very overhyped. Elon Musk has overpromised with his products that have come out of Tesla at every turn. He overstates their quality. Their build quality is actually really low. And at the low end, here's the credit I will give not to Elon, but to the engineers who make Teslas. I've ridden in Teslas before. They're smooth, they're quiet, and the design is even pretty nice on most of them. I don't like the Cybertruck's design, but I like the whole glass canopy thing that most modern normal Tesla cars go for. Here's the thing. They're overpriced. On the cheaper end, like the really cheap end of Teslas, they can be pretty alright, I've heard. But there are cheaper and better EV options. Like, the point here is, like, unless you're just getting a Tesla for the sake of having a Tesla, you might as well go for something else. So I really don't have a lot of respect for especially his car company. But apparently Cybertruck might bankrupt Tesla and Elon Musk, according to this video. I don't know if this is going to make a good point. We'll see. I've been sent this and recommended I watch it. Let's see what the deal is. Yeah, Teslas are just like Gucci cars. Gucci electric vehicles is a good way of putting it. Elon wants his cars to be the luxury car equivalent of the EV market.
Could the Tesla Cybertruck bankrupt Elon Musk and Tesla? That's the subject of today's video, and as you guys know, the Tesla Cybertruck has been a massive failure and a massive flop for them, and things just keep getting worse. Already,
I will say I've seen like 4 Cybertrucks on the road before. I was surprised. I never expected I'd ever actually see a Cybertruck in person, but I've seen like 4 of them. Mostly on the highway, and mostly in Seattle. I've seen 1 or 2 parked, but mostly I see them driving around on the road. But I've seen like 4 of them in person, so that's surprising. I actually, the one time when I saw one, this is a funny story. One of the times I saw one was when me and my mom were riding home from her hospital, like from her going to the hospital to get her surgery, to get her full hysterectomy. And she was like fresh out of surgery, and we get picked up, and we're in this Uber, and we're taking the Uber back, and the Uber is a Tesla. It's like a brand new Tesla that we're riding in. Mind you, for an element of comedy, my mom has a PB bag strapped to her leg at this point, and it's kind of concealed, and so it's like, okay, hopefully he doesn't notice the catheter bag. That'd be not great if he like told us we couldn't get in because he got a catheter bag, but you know, it didn't cause any problems, thankfully. But we're riding in the back, and I'm just like, man, my mom just got real serious surgery. I'm in the back of a stranger's car. This is a high stress situation. I just hope we can get home and I can get her in bed and things can calm down a little bit and things can wind down soon. And then my mom notices because she's doped up on painkillers at this point, and not 100% there, but she's like 80% there, maybe 90% there. My mom notices a Cybertruck driving by us, and she begins letting her opinion on those that, like Elon Musk, own Tesla products and would buy a Cybertruck, start kind of, you know, drifting out of her mouth. Never have I more quickly, like, grabbed my mom's arm, like, stop. I don't need this. I don't need to also be in an awkward situation where our Uber driver thinks that you're a bitch, okay? I need, just don't, just drop it. I know he's a tech bro weirdo probably, or he just likes EVs, but just drop it. Just drop it. I know you're high on painkillers right now because you just got out of surgery, but drop it. I, like, grabbed her arm, like, no, please. I, like, gave her this look. So funny.
Already they've had 6 recalls this year, and recently there's even another problem where this guy exposes a design flaw, major design flaw with the Tesla Cybertruck. Have a look at this. So what this Tesla owner figured out,
yeah, Mom, don't, he'll drive over all the potholes,
is that when it snows, the way the truck is designed, the snow actually blocks the lights because there's a shelf right at the lights.
Oh.
It's a terrible design and does really...
You know, because there's things about the Cybertruck's design that I actually find quite cool, but there's so little, like, it feels like they didn't test it, or it feels like they did, and then the engineers told Elon, hey, this isn't going to work, this is a bad design, this is going to cause this, this, and that problem, but then realized the compromise on the design to make things work better would make it look less cool in Elon's vision, and so he like, nixed the like, any adjustments or revisions. It feels like this thing needed 3 more years in the concept phase.
Really dangerous. So you can see that is obviously a major flaw. This thing may really struggle in winter, and as more and more...
You know, I guess it's probably meant for Mars, right? Like, if you were to ask Elon, and the way it looks and is designed, is it supposed to be like the truck version of a Mars rover? Like, is the logic like, oh, you're just test driving it for its future use on Mars? I wonder if it'll work at all for Mars. Considering the massive-ass gaps, you'll just die. You need to wear a suit in that thing for sure. Because, like, that thing's not hermetically or air-sealed. They're big-ass gaps.
More people essentially hit these things on the road, you're going to see more and more problems. A lot of this actually is Elon Musk's own fault. He took big control on the Tesla Cybertruck design. I've made videos about this topic before. Check these out if you haven't seen it already. But basically, this was Elon Musk's baby and is a massive failure, and shows that Elon Musk is really, really incompetent when it comes to doing these things. But it gets worse, and it seems like Tesla's trying to cover this stuff up. Check out this headline. This is a just coming out now, December 2nd. Tesla tells workers on Cybertruck line, no need to report to work for the next 3 days. Basically, if you're working on the Cybertruck and you're over at Tesla, they don't need you to come to work. I think there is a massive demand problem with these things, right? If you're telling your workers to quit making them, what does that tell you? Are there financial problems going on with this also? Let's read the details of this stuff, and I want to hear your thoughts. So it says, on Monday, Tesla notified workers at the Austin factory where it assembles the Cybertruck.
Even if the Cybertruck wasn't shitty, man, did they expect to not have a massive demand issue? Like, if they were smart, they would have only made 10,000 of the damn things, because it's unlikely any more than that would ever be bought. Like, period. Like, you gotta be a really dedicated and well-off Elon Musk fan to buy a Cybertruck. There's not a large market for that kind of thing. The people who have, the broader market of people who have Cybertruck money aren't buying a Cybertruck with that money.
To take the next 3 days off, right? If you're working on a Cybertruck, just take the next 3 days off. We don't need you. What's going on, guys? It says, according to a memo viewed by the Business Insider, quote, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week, so that's December 3rd, to December 5th. So this week, you do not need to report to work. That's what they sent out to employees who work on the Cybertruck. Don't need to come to work. It also says here, workers were told they would still receive 8 hours of pay for each day they've been scheduled to work, which is kind of interesting. Why are they paying people to tell them not go to work? They must be some sort of...
They might be canceling the Cybertruck line. Genuinely. That could be the news that we're going to get in 2 days or tomorrow. Layoffs always happen right before Christmas. They could be laying off a bunch of Cybertruck line workers, but I think they might shut down the entire Cybertruck line and stop manufacturing them. Just try to sell off what they have. You know, one time I played Rust with friends. We all did a wipe together, 2-week wipe, and we got a really good server. It was high pop, but we picked a spot up in the mountains where we had several grid squares of friendly neighbors that were just like chill with us, and we had like a neighborhood of friendliness going on where it was just super safe to loot and run the roads and hit the monuments. No one shot at each other, and anyone who was aggressive that came into our territory, we shot them up, right? One of the dudes who lived by the road near our house up in the mountains in Rust was a guy who had taken over the gas station and built his base next to it. He let us loot it, but he had set up like an open car garage, and he was building, using the car mechanic in the game, he was building cars using the car building mechanic. And I decided to talk to him for a bit just because he was sitting outside kind of perilously building cars, and I was bored, so I just sat down next to him and watched him build his vehicle, and I asked him what he did for a living. And funnily enough, he built Teslas for a living. He was a Tesla line worker. And he talked about how there were definitely a lot of downsides to working on the Tesla manufacturing line, but there were some upsides too. One of the things that he liked was that he had a free Tesla. He straight up had a free Tesla. And it was actually at that point that I realized, you got to keep in mind, a lot of the Teslas that you're seeing on the road, especially if you live in a city that has manufacturing going on, there's a good chance that that is a Tesla employee driving around their Tesla. I'm pretty certain the way that you get your free Tesla is if you choose to have part of your wages garnished to go to your free Tesla fund or something like that, or you have to work there a certain amount of time and then you get your free Tesla. Like, you have to be a loyal employee. But yeah, I think a good amount of Teslas on the road might literally be like employee promotion, if that makes sense.
Contractual obligation there. As Tesla, they made no comment on this, so that's why it's an interesting story. Also says here, the email said workers would return to the Cybertruck production line on Friday, December 6th. Tesla also said that some workers would not follow the adjusted schedule, and those workers would be notified separately. I wonder what that means. Does that mean they're getting laid off? There's a possibility in that. The way things are going, maybe they're taking the 3 days to figure out, okay, who we keep, who do we not keep. This is going to be really interesting. It also says here, it is unclear why Tesla has temporarily changed the scheduling for the Cybertruck assembly line. I personally think it's a demand issue, but we're going to get more on this. This is why it's a breaking news. Also says here, factory workers on the Cybertruck line said their schedule has been inconsistent since late October, right? Their hours aren't regular. And if you guys are working a job, you know it's not good when the boss is telling you not to come in, and you know it's not good when you just can't get the hours, right, that you need. It says here, 4 workers told Business Insider that several times after arriving at work, they had been either sent home, right? We don't need you. And could you imagine that, driving to work thinking you're going to, do your job, get paid, etc., and they just send you home? Or it says here, given additional training exercises, whatever that means, or cleaning duties, they just have you be a janitor to fill their scheduled work hours. So I think...
Yeah, dude, the Cybertruck, this is an L. There's no way the Cybertruck is in a good place. There's no good reason for this to be happening. Like what? Also, going from line worker to janitor is crazy.
I think there's real problems here. Another person said here, at least one worker expressed frustration with their scheduled changes. Yes, I would be frustrated too. Completely understand. This was the quote. When I started at Tesla, you could expect to get overtime pay. Now I feel lucky to get 40 hours. And that's the worker on the Cybertruck line. I think there's a real demand problem with these things. They're basically making too many. They can't sell them all. And so you can't keep making them, right? You're just taking a bath on these things. So literally you're telling workers to stay home. And we're going to probably find out by the end of this week, the announcements. If I had to bet, I would bet they're going to be laying off people over at Tesla who work at the Cybertruck. Again, this is in Austin, Texas. If anyone works at Tesla watching this video, let me know your thoughts on this thing, but this is how I read this. And unfortunately, a lot of people are going to get hurt because of Elon Musk's poor decision to take the control of designing the Cybertruck, which is frankly just overpriced. It's a ridiculous vehicle. I understand there's a lot of tech bros that like this thing, but for the average, truck owner who wants a work truck, like a real truck,
it's not a real truck. Yeah, he's right. It's not a real truck. Listen, my mom has a truck, and it's a truck. Like, next to a Cybertruck, hey, listen, if I need to move, I'm taking my mom's truck over the Cybertruck. That's all I'm saying. It's hilarious that my mom drives a more real truck than the tech bros who drive a Cybertruck and think they're like techno rednecks, I guess would be the aesthetic they're going for. And mind you, my mom may be from Florida, but has her big ass truck living in Palm Springs, California. The super, like literally the town that looks like the Barbie movie, basically, is the best way of putting it. Like, I just find it funny that the Cybertruck is such not a real truck. It's so not.
This thing is useless. It is basically designed for Justin Bieber kind of people or Kardashian kind of people, or people who want to be Justin Bieber or Kardashian. I will say this about the Cybertruck. If Tesla would have just made a regular truck, just a regular old pickup truck, right? Don't screw around too much with design. Go with what works. It actually might have done pretty well for them, to be perfectly frank. But Elon and his ego, he's like, no, I want to build the future that looks like the future, and he designed the truck to look like a movie, basically. I hate to break it to you, Elon, movies aren't real. It's a movie. And again, you can watch my video as I go over the design stuff of that when Elon was designing it. And you got this. Things are going bad when the Tesla fanboys and fangirls really start attacking me personally. That's what they do when they get upset, because that's all they have. That's all they can do is attack. Listen to this. This is the attack.
It's a cult. It's a cult. It's why Elon and Trump get along so well, is they recognize they've done the same thing and built the same type of cult, and they've got a lot of overlap. It was natural for them to unite. Like, Trump fans and Elon fans can't name a thing they dislike about Trump or Elon, because that's a telltale sign someone's in a cult. They are so irrational, they can't even accept that there are some things about what they support that they aren't a fan of. They're fanatic.
That they got on me. This is from Billy Underwood. He says, "Oh, you little communist." Literally, these are comments 19 hours ago. You're looing, I think it's supposed to mean lying. You're looing and making a poor attempt at fear-mongering. You lost. You're going to be forever in the losing column. You've been on the wrong side of history the entire time your party has existed. So this is when the fangs come out from the Tesla fanboys and fangirls, right? And they get all kind of hissy fitting, you know that things are bad on their end. Here's another one.
I think they're referencing the election when they say you lost. One thing you got to keep in mind is the fact that the right wins at anything is what they use as a reason for why the right is correct. Like, oh, Trump won the election. That's why Trump is good. They're going to use that as an argument why Trump is good, like, incessantly for the next 4 years. I hope you know that. Like, they don't actually operate under a logical basis for things. Every position they have is already pre-decided. They don't argue about the core of issues. They argue about unimportant details and force you to cede the ground of the most fundamental facts of the situation. You have to keep them from making you do that.
Yesterday from Morot, I guess how you say Sio Naj. This person says, Musk is a once-in-a-generation genius on the level of Trump, Newton, Galileo, or Einstein. Just because you don't understand doesn't mean you need to speak on that matter. So guys, if you don't understand the genius of Elon Musk and Trump, who are just like, this is according to one of his fans, just like Newton, Galileo, or Einstein, if you don't understand it, you shouldn't speak on the matter. Someone in our community responded and said, wow, This one has drank gallons of orange Kool-Aid, and the person replied, I've heard of TDS, that stands for Trump derangement syndrome, but you also seem to be co-occurring, likely terminal case of MDS. That would be Musk derangement syndrome. Poor little guy, gonna die from playa hatin'. That's coming from one of Elon Musk's fans. Here's another one. This is coming from Steve, another fan of Elon Musk and Tesla. Steve says, talking to me, you need to get laid, kid. Take whatever Chinese wiener you have and go outside and stop obsessing about others' goofs. He's living rent-free in your head. Go back to China or something.
Yeah, so like, you can kind of get an idea of the people who feel like they've taken the W with this election. You know, we've pointed out that these people were racist this whole time, but the people who, I guess, claim not to be racist but voted Trump anyway, they didn't believe us. But I don't see any reason for them to finally accept it now. Now's just the best time to be doubling down. You don't want to be on the losing side, right? That's why a lot of people back Trump. It's because Trump's all about winning, and they want to be on the winning side. They want to win. They want America to win. But more than they want America win, they want to win. They want to be on the side of America that wins. Yeah. Listen, I'm just glad to see that Elon is losing even more money, and things are getting a little spooky for him. That actually makes me very happy. A little bit of a silver lining to all the crazy news we're getting today. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you found it enjoyable, if you found it educational or entertaining, then please consider leaving a like, whether you do it now, watching live, or after the fact, and this goes out on YouTube on its own. I really do appreciate it. It helps a lot. As does commenting as well. A like and a comment is the best way to get my content pushed in the algorithm and in the eyes of far more people. So thank you to everybody still watching who goes down and does that. You can also subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because if you don't, they won't. And you can follow my social medias, which are all linked down below in the description if you want to see more from me on other platforms, especially my Blue Sky, where I've been posting a lot more lately, and of course my Discord server, which is the main hub and core pillar of my community. I host gaming events, call-in streams, and watch parties there, in fact, once a week on Fridays, and I announce all my new uploads and streams there, so even if YouTube fucks up, at least you know that my Discord server is there waiting for you and ready with announcements anytime I'm active. And of course, finally, if you want to help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub to someone else on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or perhaps buying some custom Xander Hall merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. No matter how you support me, though, as always, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. Alright, how do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good, especially for a topic I didn't have pre-prepared. Very good, Seki. Hell yeah, guys, thank you. Great segment. Heck yeah. I think I'll take a quick bathroom break, just because my bladder's a bit full. And I've only got one topic left prepared to cover for tonight. Man, time flies. It's been 3 hours and 16 minutes already. Man, fucking time does fly when you're having fun. Hot damn. I got one more topic left for us to talk about. I turned in late. Did he talk about Rogan? I did. Trump is a ped. Good name, by the way. I'll be right back, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Let me empty my bladder, and I got more stuff to talk about. BRB. And we're back. I told you guys I wouldn't be gone long. Thank you guys for waiting. I hope y'all were well while I was away. Nothing horrible happened to you guys, right? You're safe? You're good? You're okay? Good. Good.
I'm curious what it's like.
Wait, what is this? Okay. All right, interesting. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. I have never watched a video from this guy before, but man, this title and the sub... Okay, this guy's got 1 million subs. It seems to be fresh to 1 million too, so congrats to him. Dang. MAGA husband lunges to stop interview over wife's racist collapse. It seems like this YouTuber did a debate with this Republican woman who I guess eventually let the mask slip and her husband like lunges in to stop the debate. That's kind of crazy. Okay, let's see what this is all about. I've never watched one of this guy's videos before. Let's see what the deal is.
To be in your head.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of leftist propaganda.
I don't have to explain to you the meaning and history of that word. I think you understand why people take issue with it.
That's what they call themselves?
You just exhibited the principle I'm talking about.
Hey, hey. Does that offend you?
I'm devastated.
All right, can we take a break?
I have something insane in store for you. But first, let me explain what you're about to watch, and then we'll dive into it. After witnessing the feedback to my conversation with right-wing influencers Isabella and Josiah Moody and feeling like I didn't address...
Holy shit, bro.
Back to my conversation with right-wing influencers.
You know how we talk about neckbeards and we make fun of people for having neckbeards? This is a neckbeard. Dude, if you can't grow anything past this point, just give up. Just shave it all. Just give up. If you can't grow anything past this point, just give it up. You're not Amish. You're not rocking it. You're neckbearding right now. Is that his girlfriend? Is this neckbeard? Okay. You know what? Sure.
Influencers Isabella and Josiah Moody and feeling like I didn't address all that needed to be. I decided that it couldn't be our last discussion.
I will say, the average like Republican dude is like raggedy as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. And like the women that like Republican women, if they're either dating like super square, clean cut, like robotic silicon doll mannequin looking dude Republicans, or like the super raggedy yeah, Zan, no offense, you are raggedy. I am not anywhere close to as raggedy as any of these dudes. Trust me. Or that dude, for that matter, that we were just looking at. I am nowhere near that raggedy. What are you talking about, bro? I'm wearing a button-up shirt. I have a haircut right now. The only thing raggedy about me is I need a shave. If I'd shaved, I would look clean as fuck right now. Don't deny it. I'd be mogging you right now.
So I reached out to them asking if they would sit down again, and this prompted an admittedly wild idea that has somehow come to fruition. More on that in a moment. As was abundantly clear throughout the first interview, we disagree on just about everything. And more than that, I frankly find much of what Isabella says and does on the internet to be disgusting and reprehensible, and maybe the feelings mutual. But as I've demonstrated since the beginning of my career, it's super important that we directly engage with even extremely dangerous ideologies, because how do we defeat harmful ideas if we don't confront them? And after
I do think my mind is so split on that point. I feel like it's the bell curve of IQ meme with that take. Like those on the lowest end of the IQ bell curve, who have the lowest IQs, say we need to have a dialogue with people with even the most radical and harmful ideas, or they'll go unchecked and they'll be allowed to fester, and we need to have an open dialogue, yeah. And you know the types of people who say that, who are actually just low IQ dumb fucks. They're the ones who enable and act as useful idiots for the right. But then you got people in the middle who are like, no, you have to actually reduce these things, and you have to ban. And then you've got people I feel on the most high IQ end of that bell curve who are like, yeah, we can't rely on the law or TOS to uphold a standard that we agree with for what's allowed and what's not in regards to harmful speech. To an extent, we always need to be prepared to have a dialogue with these people and to debunk their misinformation, because at any time, even in the dank corners of the world or the internet, they could gather a following using their rhetoric. And so I feel like this guy is on that like highest IQ end of that bell curve, where he has the same opinion as the low IQ end, but it's for a different reason. You know what I mean? I assume you know the meme I'm talking about.
After Trump won, I told you that I'd be stepping it up and taking the fight directly to MAGA folks even more than before. And one of the aspects of that is attempting to expose their ideology to their faces. Clearly staying in our bubbles and echo chambers doesn't work. But as I've had more debates, I've realized one-off conversations that happen and it's over and that's it never seem to move the needle. There's never enough time to really dismantle harmful ideas, which is why we're doing what we're doing here, which is launching a new show that will give us the necessary time called The Grudge. Once a week on Sunday,
That's crazy, dude. I'm not gonna lie, that is a really cool podcast concept, and I love their setup too. Like a crazy QAnon Republican versus a super reasonable, like liberal guy. That's crazy, and I love how he's got the blue lighting on his side and the red lighting on her side. Dude, this is actually this is fire. This is fire, dude. Holy shit.
We'll publish an episode on my channel where Isabella Moody and I, and sometimes her husband, get into it. It's likely not going to be pleasant, but we're going to cover stories from our two perspectives and argue about it. This will provide...
I need to hear her defend what Nick Fuentes said. I need it.
...provide the person and the time for me to comprehensively demonstrate what is so wrong with the Moody's and thus far-right extreme MAGA's ideology. And I guess you'll try to do that to mine.
Listen, guys, I could fix her. Yeah, I'm just saying.
But we'll see. I understand some of you won't like this. Some people believe even talking with such characters is harmful. I disagree. I think it's not about whether or not you're platforming or talking with them, but instead how you're doing it. Is it in a responsible way? But I do hear you.
I actually mean that in the most literal way. I feel like you gotta know how to deal with people, and I feel like I can already tell that, like, you just gotta, like, bully. You just gotta bully, dude. Like, that's truly what it is. I mean that fully unironically. You gotta bully with someone like this. I can tell that she is the type of person who, trying to nicely explain a topic to her, it'll just fly over her head. But if you just, like, degrade her constantly for how wrong she is, I feel like that'll somehow get through to her and will actually make her change her mind. I feel like she's that kind of person who that's how you have to change their mind. Like, different people, you have to take different persuasive methods with. And sometimes the, like, path of least resistance to persuasion isn't with honey. It's actually with, like, lava.
The good thing is that nothing's changing about my normal daily show. So if you just want to hear from me and don't want arguments between Isabella and myself, the good thing is you have tons of content of that every single week. But I would be grateful if you could provide the space and chance for us to give it a try. And last thing before jumping into the first episode, I have no idea how this is going to go, so I can't tell you how many episodes we'll have or exactly how it's all going to play out. We may find out very quickly there's not much valuable about this and call it quits, or the Moody's might realize they don't like being attacked by me every week and call it quits. We're just going to have to see. But until then, look out for the episodes on this channel on Sundays. And without further ado, this is episode 1 of The Grudge. I am back with Isabella Moody.
Yes.
I can't believe that you signed up for round 2.
I can't believe you missed me so much that you wanted me to come back on. I mean, come on.
All right, let's get into it. Do you know personally this Lily Gaddis person?
I've seen her clips go viral on Twitter, and she also has a show on Compound Censored, Censored.tv, which I have as well. So that's pretty much it. I've DM'd her, but that's it.
Okay, so aside from the controversy that I've told my followers about with her before, I want to go through that, remind them of it, but then get to what I think is an absurdity of something you advocate and she advocates as well. And it plays into MAGA's just obsession with being the victims in their story. So as a reminder, I think she was described as the N-word lady for some time, but she posted this video that caused the initial controversy.
Everybody I know who's married right now, they're married to broke-ass and they don't care. We don't.
I remember covering this, yeah. Yeah, this was a white woman moment.
Give a about your money. I couldn't care less about your money, okay?
So on TikTok, that's against their terms of service. She was held accountable there for it, banned off of TikTok. And then she got fired because she was refusing, from my understanding, to apologize or walk back or anything. And she ended up posting this video and says why she doesn't have any remorse.
So a recent video of mine seems to have upset members of a certain community, and
she got her hair done for that video. That's crazy. Like, she got her hair done for the apology video. That is a fresh, right out of the salon hairdo right there. I can tell. Like, nary an hour in the sun or a moment in the shower after coming out of the salon with that hair. She went to the salon, got her hair did, and then went home to record this TikTok. This is such a society moment, dude.
All the back.
She also might have just like dried it with curlers in or something, but it looks like she went to a place and got it done.
Backlash just really made me, just really do a deep dive, like do a soul search. And after all that, I still couldn't find a care.
You're going to call us racist? You're going to call us...
Is this hashtag based to you?
So true, especially Andrew Breitbart. Like what he says right here is great.
Okay, let's listen.
Potential Timothy McVeigh's... you. War.
So let me ask you this.
Well, and then you have this quote on screen. Let me read it. If the First Amendment is intended to protect anything, it's intended to protect offensive speech. If you're not going to offend anyone, you don't need protection. I guess we can get into it.
So this is literally just, should white people say the N-word regardless of how offensive it is? Is that okay? And she is going to defend. She is on the pro-white people saying the N-word position. This is actually a position that I'm curious if the left will lose ground on in the coming years. Because with Trump outright calling, like, many of his own voters, the people who ended up voting for him, trash, saying that they're, awful, they're rapists, they're murderers, they need to leave the country, all that stuff. Like, it's clear that, to an extent, the political correctness, and I mean to the extent that you just don't be overtly racist, is not necessarily a winning thing in America. And so we shouldn't just roll our eyes at this conversation, this discussion, this debate of, should white people say the N-word? Like, roll our eyes like, of course not. Because it's very likely we lose culturally on this point in the coming months / years. And the N-word starts getting said a lot more. Yeah, it could happen. America's going to get a lot more racist in the coming years. It could get that bad, Werewolf Jester. And so that's why I think this is a conversation we probably should watch. Because why shouldn't white people say the N-word? We should be able to debate that on a factual basis. You gotta use facts, no feelings. It can't be like a position that you have, but you take for granted why you have it. We need to refine the arguments that lead us to that good position.
I have failed to explain to MAGA folks why I believe they shouldn't use the N-word. I don't know if we'll make progress on that, but I do want to get into, I agree with the quote here from Larry Flint, but y'all don't seem to understand it.
No,
but
you
first,
don't agree with it, though.
Okay, you want to start there, or do you have anything to say on the controversy itself?
Yeah, no.
The response I would give is probably that saying slurs in the vast majority of cases, outside of, I would say, like, a few exceptions like music and literature, or a quote for the sake of communication, saying a slur, and particularly the N-word, is typically done for the sake of offense. You're doing it to harm people. Really no other reason than to harm people. It's just meant to evoke bad emotion. While freedom of speech is designed to protect speech that is unpopular, I don't think it was designed to protect speech that is hurtful. There's a big difference. the idea of unpopular speech is having positions or ideas or beliefs that are unpopular, and espousing them and being prosecuted for it. Like if a racist goes out on the street and starts talking about skull shapes and how they think that affects the intelligence of black people, maybe they shouldn't be allowed to do it like on the street, but like they should be allowed to have the right to say those things and hold those opinions, because that's what the First Amendment protects. The discussion is, though, does the First Amendment protect the right to say things that do not communicate an idea, but are simply meant to be a targeted verbal attack against a group? Is that something that freedom of speech in spirit was meant to protect? Or is freedom of speech in the spirit supposed to protect one from social consequences of what they say? Is a whole extra question. Like, yeah, you can say the N-word as much as you like. You can even die on the hill of saying the N-word, but you are never going to escape the consequences socially of being the person who dies on the hill of saying the N-word. People won't forget that. There will be social repercussions. If you want to say fuck it, we ball, and say the N-word, you're also saying fuck it, we ball, and enduring the consequences of doing that, because freedom of speech does not protect you from those social consequences. And I would think any conservative would be hard-pressed to argue that it does, because at that point, you have to override the freedom of expression and speech of others to express their disagreement and derision towards someone for their speech. Not to mention, we could get down to the point of private platforms and what rights they should have, because they're not people, but they're also private corporations and entities that maybe should have rights over what's allowed in their platforms, because if we start to expand the government's control of what corporations and businesses can allow and can't allow, there's some scary things with that, but then there's also scary things with the reverse. There's a good conversation to have there, but I'm going to be real, she seems too bimbo-ish to have it.
No, what? You don't agree with that, though. That's offensive speech, and you have a problem with it.
What is
Dear
the First
MAGA
Amendment?
folk, we should not be using these certain words. Oh my gosh, it's so terrible.
What?
Okay, so I'm already noticing that her debate strategy is going to be to literally do little adorable straw men of the left and over expressive bits to try and distract the viewer from the actual line of logic in order to agree with her on some obvious common sense talking point, because most conservative ideas don't hold up to logical scrutiny, like when you think about them for too long. And so it is the prerogative of right-wing demagogues like this woman to get the audience to default back to their position with as little thought on the subject as possible. So it's her prerogative to interrupt and hammer in some pre-programmed dialogue that's been heard a million times before to re-remind the audience to turn off their brain and to remember, you don't take a thing the left says seriously. They're the enemy.
Do you think the First Amendment says?
Okay, I don't know the
No,
exact...
you don't have to do the exact quote, but what's the spirit of it?
I mean, First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of association, freedom of the press. Is that all First Amendment? Like what?
I'm trying to quiz you. I'm saying, of course, you're right to be an idiot. Lily Gaddis is right to be this victim in her story because everyone's against her because she's using racial slurs.
You think she thinks she's a victim right now?
Of course, her whole thing is uncensored.
Yeah.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Barely.
I like this. Nail her home on this, that conservatives play the victim when people simply disagree and call them out for things that they've said.
I haven't ever seen her say, oh my gosh, I'm so censored. She just doubles down. If she really was so upset about it, maybe she would apologize. And that makes me want to ask you, why do you want her to apologize? What does that do for you? Because the left is always asking people, you better apologize. And
I honestly don't expect her to apologize. It's very clear she doesn't plan to. Most people that are calling her out are just leaving their insult and moving on. They're doing the same thing that she wants to do and saying a slur. She's just saying a mean thing that's meant to offend. It's what's designed to do. Its purpose is what a slur is designed for. It's meant to. It also has history. It's meant to invoke on top of just the meanness of using it. So they're insulting her. There's no actual meaning behind it. It's just meanness in response to her meanness. What do you expect? Slurs don't have any value as statements. They don't mean anything. They express, I guess, the racism of the person who said it. But frankly, I would prefer if racists would just say their racism in the most verbose and articulated way possible. Just explaining why they're racist, because that gives me a better understanding, if they're honest, of why they're wrong and how to correct them. When they play this game, or when they just try to default onto, like, not taking anything seriously and just focusing on offending, you can't really have a conversation. There is no dialogue. I give her props for doing this podcast and at least be willing to have a dialogue with this guy, but man, she's already trying very hard not to have, like, a honest, chill conversation. Like, you can just tell from the body language and the tone of these two that, like, Luke Beasley is just sitting here, like, very much trying to get to the core of the disagreement and trying to have a real conversation, and she's trying to trigger him. Like, she's actively, continuously casting the line and trying to get him to catch the bait and get triggered. Like, she's not here to have an honest conversation. Every line is an attempt to catch him in a gotcha of some kind or to get him triggered.
Walk back what you said, but whenever anyone does that, it doesn't matter. They still hate them.
I don't care about her at all and didn't know about her, but in seeing this story go viral, others seem to want her to apologize because, and this is an argument I do agree with, people shouldn't be using, or to put it better because that'll confuse you, we should disagree, your word not mine, we should disagree with people using racial slurs. Now, what's being discussed here, oh my gosh,
she's not talking about black people. She's saying, like, broke guys. It's just a word. She's not literally being these broke black men. No, it's just brokies, like broke guys.
I don't have to explain to you the meaning and history of that word. I think you understand why people take issue with it.
Please mansplain it to me.
That's why you like.
Hey guys, you know how often I talk about the fact that, like, any conservative who's part of a minority group, women, if they're black, if they're a pundit, the reason that they got popular is because they're quick to use their identity as a shield. Mansplain it to me because I'm a woman and you're being sexist. Looks like the left are the real sexists. To be fair, there's tons of women that will do this in arguments, left and right. But yeah, very, very annoying. Very, very annoying. I do think there's a valuable conversation to be had, though, guys. Like, do you think it is immoral if a white guy and a black guy are really good friends, like they grew up together, like really good friends, like they did the blood brother thing when they were kids, where they cut their hand and they smear their blood together. They did that shit, and they're like past college, they're friends for life. And the black guy says to the white guy, you know what? You can say it. Around me, you can say it. If it's in a rap song, you can say it. You can say it with the soft A, and you can even say it with the hard ER. Obviously, don't call me that, but, you know, like, don't go crazy, but you can say, if would it be immoral in those contexts for the white guy to say it? I would actually argue no. There are circumstances where you could argue, well, you're normalizing the language in your parlance, and you could have a PewDiePie moment, and then you could have an even more PewDiePie moment where that normalizes it for a lot of people, and people defend the behavior in ways where it shouldn't be defended. It could be it's a slippery slope argument, but I think in this case, the slippery slope is a valuable thing to consider. But I'm actually curious how you guys feel about that, because I feel like most of the left would instantly default to no. Like, instantly. But why? Like, actually, I want you guys to think about it for a minute. Why? I've acknowledged, I think, the most secure like the best argument against it, which is the normalization and vocabulary thing, but in a vacuum, that situation, why would it be bad? For instance, I'm going to confess to you guys. It might not surprise you. I've got a lot of LGBT friends behind the scenes. I don't know if I have any straight ones, and that's not by design or anything. It's just how the dice roll happened, I guess. I don't think I have very many, if any, 100% straight, cis straight friends, you know? And because of that, and I know many of you guys in the LGBT community do this and will proudly admit it, a lot of my LGBT friends are saying the F slur a lot. They're saying the F slur a fair amount. And I I resisted for a while, but eventually so did I from time to time. And they're trying to convert you. They are trying to convert me, and they think if I say it enough, then I'll become gay. But it's not going to happen. I'll stay straight. Clip me. I'm fine with it. I would love to have people come on stream and debate me on this topic because it would be a genuinely fun conversation. And we do need to filter the cucks anyway. The people who can't handle a logical, like a logic conversation like this. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, is this kind of thing immoral on its own? Like, is the left engaging in a worthwhile fight to be so high-strung over words like this? Like, on their own, in contexts where they aren't hurting anyone. And in the context of that lady's first video, she's obviously, like, kind of a southern racist-y kind of lady, but in her original video, she was just saying broke and then soft A N-word, right? Like she was clearly saying it like how like, generally you would see, like, a rapper or something say it, like, this broke guy, right? So, big L on her part. But also, I don't actually think she meant to be racist there, even if she was. And so to that degree, it's like, I think there is a valuable conversation to be had about this. Like, do we need to police language this much? Like, isn't it kind of, like, seriously think about it. Isn't it kind of weird that certain words are like Voldemort in Harry Potter? Like, you say them and no matter the context, it's like, you can't say that. It's like, I remember when I was a kid, that would obviously be normal because you're not allowed to say fuck at school or in front of your parents or in front of adults because they'd be like, hey, you shouldn't swear like that. You get in trouble, right? It's like, oh, you said a bad word. But as adults, there's slurs. And it's like, it's the same thing. You know? And I'm just like... I think about it, and it's like, is this something that we take for granted? We just assume that is how we should argue. That is the position we should have. Maybe we should think about why. Because even if we're already right, knowing why lets us more effectively argue against the opposition on the issue. I want to be able to explain on a factual, non-emotional basis why saying a slur on its own in a vacuum causes harm and is a bad thing to do if you are a what is the philosophical worldview in which you try to maximize the best outcomes? Utilitarian. That is the best utilitarian like reason. I feel like everyone should be capable of making that argument.
Yeah.
That this is sort of why she went viral, because people are outraged, because there's a reason to be outraged. But here, we're talking about the government, as I told you in the other episode, not infringing on your free speech rights. And of course, you can have sort of the spirit of free speech. So platforms should do their best to protect people's freedom of speech. But all you're talking about in so many situations, and what sells this MAGA line of we're the free speech warriors when we're not, is that you don't think other people should use their free speech to take issue with you.
Yes, I do. We talked about this last time.
Exactly,
there's no problem.
Okay, then what's
you
your
can
problem?
criticize it. I love when people criticize the things I say. I think it's funny. That's why my posts go viral.
But again, we just watched this video. Let's watch it again.
Okay.
So a recent video of mine seems to have upset members of a certain community, and all the backlash just really made me, just really do a deep dive, like do a soul search. And after all that,
what is she saying? The backlash is why she finds it relevant to say the First Amendment. What? The backlash is free speech represented.
I cannot believe that people actually hold this opinion. This is an entire new thought process regarding the First Amendment that I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's interesting how when they don't really say anything of substance and they just fill their drivel, their yapping with keywords that appeal to a broad demographic, it's so easy for them to defend what they've said with this like sanity washing shit. Like, she's clearly playing the victim over other people using their free speech to call out her behavior and what she said.
She's just kind of being like, hey, F you guys. I don't care what you guys have to say. Like, I'm doubling down. I don't really care. She's not saying, I cannot believe I have backlash. We should censor all this backlash speech against me. That's not what she's
not saying that.
No one has ever said you cannot criticize what we say. No one has ever said that ever.
When all of you cry about the left being for censorship, the majority of what you're talking about is people disagreeing with your speech, which is their speech, which is fine.
No, people, at least
people got mad at her, and now she's going, oh, they must be against free speech. That's why she's putting that quote.
Because they're mad that she said a word that today in society you can't say.
Hold on to that. You just exhibited the principle I'm talking about. You're saying,
please.
See? Do you understand?
No, I don't, because you're not making any sense.
The people debating, or the people arguing that what she said was wrong are not necessarily arguing she shouldn't be allowed to say it legally. They're arguing that she should not socially be encouraged to say it and should be socially incentivized to choose not to say it. They're not arguing against her freedom of speech. They're arguing against why she said what she said and why she wanted to say it. There was no basis to bring up the idea that these people were against freedom of speech, because for the most part, most people aren't. Like, no, the left at large is not anti-freedom of speech. Like, it's just not. Like, I'm sure there's the occasional freako. There always is. There's the occasional freak. But for the most part, most people on the left, when they call out something someone on the right said, they don't think that that person shouldn't have been legally allowed to say it. They just disagree and are calling it out. Because if you're on the left and you see a right-winger say something confidently wrong, it's like irresistible, the urge to try and correct them. And it's by design. They post their bait, they get the response that they want by doing that, and then they bitch about it, and then they pretend like they weren't bitching.
She's upset that people were upset at her, and then cites
she's not
the person.
upset.
You're saying
she's
that the people,
joking. She's like, oh, I don't care if you guys are upset. I'm gonna still do what I'm gonna do. She's not upset. No one's crying.
You argued just like 5-10 seconds ago that people are against free speech. You said they are because they were mad at her. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, they're against free speech because they don't want her to say it. The reason why she went viral is for saying
they're using their free speech.
She's not.
No, it is not anti-free speech to think someone shouldn't say something. That is not how that works. Being anti-free speech is being in favor of the government having the legal authority to control what you're allowed to say. Those are massively different, and the actual thing that the First Amendment protects you against. The government trying to control what you can and cannot say. Not people disagreeing and suggesting you ought not say a thing. That's not the same thing. Censorship and government censorship are not the same thing. Self-censorship. Hell, people like this don't even disagree with censorship. There are a lot of things that people believe should be censored in our society. And if you want examples, most of them are not fun to say, but there are some awful things that exist that our society agrees should be censored and suppressed. Like, we can have that conversation, but no one is suggesting that, like, when people say this person should be censored, even if someone says someone should be censored, they usually mean that, like, a platform should do it, and that's not the government. That is leagues different than the government doing that.
I'm mad at them for the backlash.
Oh my gosh,
they're mad at her for using the word.
This is mind-numbing.
I cannot believe there's people in this country that think this way.
No. This is crazy.
I feel like I'm talking to Joe Biden here.
You can tell she's not there to make any honest conversation. When she start getting racist. Wait, what? Wait, does she, like... Why is she touching him?
I mean, which Americans?
Yes, this is your argument.
That's a valid question. That's a valid question. I don't know specifically.
Yeah,
husband.
Josiah, you got
husband.
There's the FBI and the
FBI,
Catholic, the people who were reading their Bibles with the Catholic Church.
I promise the FBI didn't go after anyone for reading the Bible, but okay.
I forget. Like, I don't remember that case.
Because it didn't happen.
Okay.
Or sometimes I'll give your argument for you. Okay, ready? Move over. Luke, The DOJ went after parents for just voicing their opinion during COVID during school board meetings.
Such a good point, Luke.
No, they didn't.
They didn't?
Because what you're talking about is during that period of time, school board members were being violently threatened, which is who the DOJ released a memo talking about.
Okay.
Okay. Luke, dear.
He's gonna keep doing this, and he's gonna keep getting you on gotchas.
Dear, I'm helping. I'm making a better argument than she was making, Josiah.
Oh my God.
This is actually a pretty baller move to just start making the argument of your opponent better. That's actually funny as hell. No, when she get racist though, I want to see the part where she gets starts saying slurs. I want to see her say slurs. Please tell me it's time-stamped. They time-stamped it, right? Around the 20-minute mark. Okay. It's been too long since I heard a slur. I'm gonna die if I don't.
You're hating on my identity because I'm a MAGA,
No, I'm
person.
hating on your ideology.
Ideas. Oh, okay. So he knew exactly what he was going to say. Honestly, I was just thinking.
Guess wrong. But.
Yeah, I was in high school in 2016 when Trump won. Like, I don't know the online political sphere at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I was, I just wasn't on Twitter, Reddit, all these things. But I would say today, in my opinion, I feel like things are ramping up in the offensive joke arena.
And that's good to you.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Why not just actually stand for something, do something, whatever? We already talked about that.
Yeah, you can literally tweet the N-word now. It's amazing.
Well, it's Schrodinger's asshole, right? It's the idea that, you can say the most offensive thing possible so the most radical and awful people, hear that and they agree with you. But then if anyone pushes back, you pretend like it was just a joke, so then the moderates think, oh, you were just being edgy. And then they also support you. So you get the hyper-radical crazies, and you get the moderates. And then when you get criticized for having the hyper-crazies, the moderates feel like they're being attacked, and they defend you and the crazies on their behalf, right? That's kind of the whole method that these people do.
Times are good. It's a word. Get over it. Stop being the victim on behalf of black people.
You're the one who does that.
You white liberal.
Why?
Malcolm X hated people like you.
Can platforms not have a term of service that says, hey, we're going to just say no slurs so that it's a welcoming environment for people?
They can, but let me tell you, when I posted that...
I'd be really curious to see if she would have said, what her argument would be when debating, a black person on this topic. I'd just be curious to see, how she'd argue it, If she'd just be, straight up like she is here, if she'd just fumble constantly.
That video, which I regret, of my baby babbling word, she didn't even say it, but it kind of sounded like it. So that was not okay. But then I could have a bunch of people flooding. I just kissed the mic by accident. I'm sorry. I had a bunch of people flooding the responses, largely black people, saying they were going to come and find and kill my baby. We literally went to a coffee place near.
Okay, maybe she would just be straight up about it. Come to think of it, okay.
Our house, and he I need to make sure my gun's on me just in case, because it was so bad that we were literally afraid that we were going to have someone try to pull up and kill us. Is that okay? Death threats are okay? But I can't say the N-word?
No, they shouldn't. What do you think when I say, yeah, that's okay, but don't say the N-word? No, of course not. See?
Okay. Death threats or N-word, pick one, go.
Don't do either?
That's not an option.
Yeah, I made it an option.
We should do a smash, marry, kill game, but with all racial slurs, and then you have to pick which one.
You're just swimming in a...
Now you're saying swimming, that's a stereotype against black people. They can't even swim. You're really going to use that? You see how racist...
It's just there's no, they don't care, to be honest, about it. It's just about triggering libs. And that's what the people cheer for. Because this is how the left got big, is because the right was super stick up their ass and serious, and then the left would just goof around and fuck with them back in the 2000s. And that's how the dirtbag, edgy sort of counterculture left got big. And then the right started acting like this. And now it's well, yeah, especially when you have the actual correct position and you have to argue these things. I don't even know how you respond to something like this, where some of the biggest, most listened to pundits are spreading serious ideas, but they don't advocate for anything in a serious enough way that you can hold them to a real position, because they just irony post through everything.
Racist he is? Come on. This internalized racism is insane. What, now we're going to talk about watermelon and grape soda?
All right, can we take a break?
At this point, Isabella's husband requested that we temporarily stop the show. Once they were ready to continue, this is where we picked up. This is after she said the N-word 500 times. She had to get that out. And then they were able to resume, because she'd gone 22 minutes and 25 seconds without saying a slur.
Because I know that your whole thing is trying to make liberals angry, I'm just going to say again, you're gross, and we'll go forward. Okay?
He's so triggered, guys. Pray for him.
Let's not forget that on...
Yeah. See? I think I nailed on the fucking head exactly what her game is. I think I figured it out pretty damn fast. Her whole thing is just throwing the line, trying to bait the libs to get triggered. No actual positions. And so many of them are like this, even the ones that pretend they're not, like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. They pretend like they're making actual, like, positions. They even model their appearance and their sets to look super professional, so it seems like they're a real serious guy talking about real serious things, but they're always just talking about culture war stuff, and they're always just saying things and doing things in such a way meant to upset progressives, and then the most well-performing of their content is just them responding to upset progressives. The entire right-wing brand is centered around trying to trigger libs while making no actual arguments, but still somehow convincing people to your worldview through, I think, just the primarily the framing of the left as crazy and bad. Like, as long as they can get people to oppose the left, that's all that's necessary to get them people to side with them. And I think that's their method, is just nonstop straw manning and degradation of the left in order to radicalize people against it. The rest of the work does itself, I suppose. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you found it entertaining, educational, or even enjoyable, then please consider hitting the like button, whether you're watching this live right now or after the fact when it goes out as its own video on YouTube. Comment down below as well, as likes and comments are the best way to boost my content in the algorithm and get my videos in front of a larger, new audience. And of course, subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video, because if you don't, they won't. You can also follow my social medias, linked down below in the description if you haven't already, including my Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, fan Discord, all that good stuff. And of course, if you haven't already and you want to support me directly, financially, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting us up on my website. xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or perhaps even buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. But regardless of how you support my content or my channel, even if you're just a lurker, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. Heck yeah, guys! What do y'all think of that segment? And that stream, for that matter. That was the last segment of the stream. What do y'all think? I feel like this was a good one today. Hell yeah, guys. I'm glad you guys think it was good. Nice, nice. Here, before I wrap things up for today, I want to once again tell you guys, on brand new, fresh 20th anniversary, brand new WoW servers, classic WoW servers that are going to progress expansion by expansion, and they are now only like less than 2 weeks old. Me and my friends have all made characters, and we are hard pushing progression. Like, we want to go for Scarab Lord, if you even know what that is. That's a big deal in classic WoW. We're going hard on this shit. And hold on. If this does not fill you with nostalgia for classic WoW, even if you never played it, then nothing will. But if you want to join my guild, I highly recommend it. It goes hard as fuck. I do not know WoW, doesn't matter. But we love having new people join. You do not need to be good at the game. Be very clear, you do not need to be good at the game, you don't need to know it. We love teaching new people and showing them how to play the game. That's part of the fun of it. It is only $15 a month. You only need to pay $15 if you want to play 1 month, see if you like it, and never play it again. If you don't, you will probably fall in love, though. More likely than not. You just need an active sub to play Classic, by the way. You don't need to pay for any new expansions or anything like that with Modern WoW. It's just have an active sub, hop on Classic. I'm going to drop the link once again in both chats. Please consider joining the Discord for the guild server. The people there will help you get everything set up, and hopefully I will be able to play some World of Warcraft Classic with you. We need people for dungeons and raids. We need manpower. Classic WoW, I mean, there's 40-man raids. We need manpower, dude. Anyway, a toast to 15 years, a video that is now 5 years old because WoW is now 20 years old. This is what they released when Classic WoW originally launched 5 years ago.
See you guys. I'm gonna play Freebird.
Everyone,
so hard.
A toast to 15 years of World of Warcraft. We met many years ago upon a dusty road. You, a humble priest, and me, a feeble rogue. We were the weakest of the weak, the lowest of the low.
No, Cleaver.
But when we
Blizzard
fought
hates
together, our legend did grow.
That's Hodor from Game of Thrones.
We battled our way from Blackrock Spire to Molten Core. Took 40 hours for Ragnaros and only wanted more. Our days of being weak are firmly in the past. And now our shields are stronger, our bonds are built to last. So, whether you're for the Alliance or if you're for the Horde, it's time to toast to 15 years. Everyone raise your sword. No enemy can defeat us. There's no battle we can't win. When we crunch the numbers, stand together and
Leroy Jenkins!
Damn it! Leroy!
That was Leroy. That was him.
Now I have a little news for you. Something of a treat. Are you ready to travel a Lazaroth on your own 2 feet? We're going back to a place where anything can kill ya. So polish your shield, sharpen your axe. We're going back to the
All the celebrities there play WoW, by the way. That's why they were in the video. And they, of course, were coming back for Classic, because of course they were. They play WoW. Anyway, PepperT21, thank you so much for the $5 dues. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. You're so based in Pog for that. Thank you, thank you. I love that, that final Streamerino donation before I wrap things up for the night. Thank you. Sent a YouTube link and said, "Behold the greatest New Vegas mod, the lottery guy as a companion." What? No way.
Yeah?
No way.
What have you been smoking? I'm as real as anyone out here in the shit. That's just impossible. I feel things. I've seen things. Okay, if I'm not real, then shoot me dead now.
For real.
What the fuck?
That's pretty good. All right, everybody. With that said, I just want to say thank you all so much for coming out tonight. You have been so kind and supportive the last, weeks, month at this point. I really do appreciate it. The likes, the comments on all the new videos, the channel's been popping off. We hit 100K, the play button's on its way. I don't know what else to say. Have a good day. Hip hip hooray. I didn't mean for that to happen. I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper. That said, though, guys, I love you all very much. I hope to see you guys here tomorrow, as I will, of course, be streaming tomorrow. So be there, or be square. I'll go live around 3 to 4 p.m. PST, so I hope to see you guys, and I hope you clear your calendar. But until then, as always, have a good one, everybody. Bye! Doo-doo fart. Actually, guys, we're gonna raid someone. We're gonna raid someone, guys. We're gonna raid someone.
Hello, Nick.
Wait, no. We're gonna raid Dan's News, okay? Go to him and say Xander Hall raid. Xander Hall host. I love this YouTuber. I watched him growing up a lot, so go be nice. Be very nice and make me look good.